Kia ora, everyone. Welcome to this district plan review briefing. I've called this a kind of supplementary briefing because this is just to cover some ground that we have already covered, but we need to touch on it again. I'll open with a karakia. I hora te marano ki whakapapa pōna te moana, hei huarahi mā tātou I te rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai tātou I a tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Okay, so I'll just start with introducing who's here. I'll do the elected members and then I'll ask Michael to introduce the officers who are here. So we have I'll start. My name's Anna Kerno. I'm the Deputy Mayor and filling in for the Mayor who's unable to attend due to a family bereavement. So we have Councillor Jonathan Larson, Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins, Councillor Mark Vincent, myself, Councillor Peter Wethy, and Councillor Delavaris Woodcock here. And we are expecting, I understand, Councillor David Wills in a minute, so he may be a little late, but he is on his way. The other person in attendance, or I'm given to understand that Councillor Joyce Parkey is hoping to attend online. Oh, she's now. Okay, cool. Thank you. Right, so just going to, because we have some additional people here, by way of background, the district plan gets reviewed at least every 10 years. We're in the process of reviewing our existing district plan. The staff have prepared what's called an exposure draft. So that's not part of the statutory process. That's our optional process to take an exposure draft out to the community. That came to council last month, and there were a couple of concerns that that elected members had that they didn't feel that had been, they were comfortable with. So this briefing is primarily to discuss those issues. We've had, to get to the exposure draft, we've had many months of regular briefings, but for various reasons, not every elected member has been able to attend every briefing. So some of these issues come from the fact that perhaps some people weren't there, and there is just some issues we need to dig into a little bit deeper. For those who were present at the meeting, the vote was close, but we did decide that we needed to, rather than push it out with a certain amount of discomfort, we wanted to deal with that discomfort and then put it out to the community for discussion. So there's no public involvement in this.
I'm just having trouble hearing you.
Okay, I'll do my best to speak up. Yeah, so we have decided to have this session. A key thing to note is that the exposure draft is for discussion, so it will go to the community. There's lots of opportunity for the community to get involved and feedback on it. So there is nothing that is set in stone in it. It is all sort of available for discussion, not just the issues that we're talking about today. And then once we've had that discussion, the council will continue their consideration of that feedback. Then it goes into what's called a proposed district plan, which goes out to the community again for more feedback. So there's a long way to go in this process, and this is an early step, which is our own optional step to give us a chance to sort of test the waters. Having said that, the objectives for today are that officers get clarity on what our feelings are around those issues, and that also that everyone feels like they've had a good chance to have their say around the table. To that end, we're going to do things slightly differently than we would normally do in a briefing. So we're going to allow a lot more discussion around the table here than we would normally do. Normally we have a fairly formal approach to these things, but I'm going to suggest that today we take a little bit less formal and we really try and nut out where we are on these issues. I do expect everyone to contribute, so because this is the one chance we're going to get to do this. So I'm expecting everyone to say their piece, speak up, be part of the conversation. I'm also asking everyone, because some of these issues are, there's a certain amount of sort of holding on to some of these issues, that we listen to each other, respect each other, and by each other I mean around this table and also the officers who've spent months and months working on this. So I'm asking for a degree of respect and listening. And finally, as is the way with all of the things that we discuss, the aim is that everyone is heard, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to land exactly the way you want it. So I'm asking for people to sort of have those strong ideas and hold them lightly and be prepared to allow for things to go through so that the community can then give us their feedback. Because we do want this to be the one and only time that we have this particular session. Okay, on that, having said that, I'm going to now hand it over to Michael to take us away on the one paper that is part of the agenda. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Before I proceed, I'll just introduce the staff team who we have here today. So I've got Catherine Overwater with me here, Paul Vanders, Betty Connolly, Wendy Robertson, our consents manager, Jerome White, who's been helping us with our rural provisions, and Rodney Yeoman, who's our economist as well. Elected members, you have a schedule in front of you for today, but as the Deputy Mayor has said, we're in your hands here completely, and we are keen to thrash things out, and we'll do whatever you want with regards to time as well. So we're in your hands here.
Yeah. Just to be clear, I know there's a schedule, but I'm not willing to stick to that with an iron fist. I want us to have the chance to have the conversations, and if that means we go longer or shorter, that's fine by me, so long as we actually have these conversations and get it dealt with.
So as the Chair has just alluded to, we're here today because the exposure draft was presented to the council meeting last month. Elected members decided to come back and have a further briefing to discuss a few extra points for the detail. Therefore, the majority of the exposure draft, as I've said here, good to go. And we'll be focusing on a few select topics today. On the next slide, please, Catherine. So the matters that elected members have expressed further information on pertain to natural hazards, particularly some flood hazard mapping in and around Rurawai, tsunami mapping that the Regional Council has done, historic heritage, particularly with regards to relocated buildings, studying natural landscape mapping, and the rural zoning and rural subdivision matters as well. Thank you. So with regards to natural hazards, were pertaining to the hydrodynamic flood mapping that the Northland Regional Council is currently undertaking for the Raupo Drainage District. The question was on timing of that mapping, how that relates to the exposure draft. And so what I can say is that the NRC mapping is not yet concluded for the Raupo Drainage District. It's too close to being concluded. I've just got back from the Regional Council yesterday, and the process of peer reviewing the model at the moment, and then they have to run the coastal inundation impacts over the top of the flood hazard impacts as well. So the The short answer is it's not ready just yet. It's possibly going to be ready by the end of next month. But at the same time, the regional council still has to do a process of being taken down its current maps for rural Raupo and then uploading these maps. So the short answer is it won't be, there won't be time to put this back in the exposure draft district plan, but it will be ready for the publicly notified district plan next year.
So just you say that staff will closely manage the communications on this. Can you just flesh that out a little bit? How are you going to explain that?
Yeah, so thank you. Give me so as part of the engagement package with the exposure draft, the team are putting together a slate of 20 odd fact sheets, which will go out to the community to explain what we're doing. And in the natural hazard fact sheet, we're going to mention that the regional council is currently undertaking some extra flood hazard mapping for the Raupo Drainage District as well. That mapping is not included in the exposure draft at this stage because it's not yet finalised, but the intention is to include this mapping in the notified plan next year. So it's just trying to be as clear as possible with the community.
So before we move on to the next one, does anyone have any questions or discussions they'd like to have around the flood mapping?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. So my question, Michael and Catherine, is regards to, I know that the NRC haven't finalised the natural hazard flood mapping yet, but when they do, would the information contained in that mapping be registered on as part of a LIM report on a title?
Yes.
Thank you.
Short answer, yes. Essentially, any information that the council has to flooding and other information that is not in the district plan, council was obliged to put it on LIMS. So yes. Yes, the short answer.
So any information that is not in the district plan?
Correct.
But when the notified plan goes out, the new information will be on the district plan. You said that the NRC natural hazard mapping has not come through yet, but when it does, it will, and after the exposure draft has been consulted on, it will be included in the notified.
Yes.
And so your statement was any information that is not on the district plan must be on a LIM report?
So the most up-to-date mapping from the NRC would go on the LIM reports, even irrespective of the district plan review, because it's the most up-to-date information. So while we've notified new maps next year in the district plan, in the meantime, if NRC have released these new maps, that will be used in any LIM report from the date we receive that.
We have a legal obligation once we receive new hazard maps to then put it on the LIMS, irrespective if they are in the district plan or not. It's a legal obligation once we receive this information,
Right.
put it on LIMS.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions on flood mapping? Cool. Then, yeah, please carry on with this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the other question with regards to hazards was how is the NRC tsunami mapping being taken into account? The short answer is that the tsunami inundation mapping that they are doing is not in the district plan because that pertains to tsunami evacuation zones as well. And that mapping is for emergency management responsiveness planning purposes, and not for land use planning purposes. purposes. And so the, for example, the return period events which the tsunami evacuation zones relate to are either a 1 in 500 year return event tsunami or a 2,500 year tsunami. So it's not suitably for land use planning purposes, but it is used for the responsiveness planning and the Resource Defence Act. And just one more point, that the staff team is working with the Civil Defence Northern team to put in a specific provision for tsunami sirens as permitted activities as well. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question concerns allowing for an area for evacuation, civil defence emergency, if there is a tsunami warning and the population of Mangawhai needs to withdraw to higher ground for safety. How is it that the district plan will enable and protect a higher ground area for a large number of people if you consider the thousands of people that may be in the district, including the children at the school and cars, and I'm trying.
Sure what you mean, sorry, protecting a higher ground area.
Well, I imagine I can only use my imagination to envisage a situation where there are 600 children and school teachers and then shopkeepers and residents and cars, and they're all trying to converge at the one area which is safe because it's higher. And if that is not protected as an evacuation zone area and it becomes built up or fenced off, because the district plan hasn't specified that this must be protected as a tsunami evacuation zone. Do you?
So through you, Madam Chair, I think part of that comes into the civil defence responsive planning as well. So, I mean, they will be looking at things like, you know, how are you going to get everybody out? I mean, the district plan is quite a difficult tool to use in that regard because we're obviously looking at it from a development perspective. So we want to make sure the roads are wide enough, for example, that if maybe there was that situation, everybody can get out. But I think civil defence have this sort of you know, their responsibilities lie with the planning behind it. So they will be looking at, okay, well, where are the most logical points for evacuation? They're obviously looking at their siren installations that go to serve the needs of those communities that are most at risk. So it's more about the management of the natural hazard from a civil defence perspective than using the district plan as a tool, because by the time someone looks at the district plan, you know, the event's kind of come and gone, and you know, it's not used as a tool for civil defence management, but it can be used to make sure that development happens in a way that takes into account and considers the risk of natural hazards. So where we're putting our new developments, like I said, infrastructure, putting things in a sensible position. But I think coming back to your question about the high civil defence would likely identify areas that are best use of space, and it could be council land or it could be private land. You know, so we don't get involved in their planning, if that makes sense. That's done at a civil defence emergency response as opposed to district planning. So we wouldn't, for example, protect an area knowing, yep, everyone's going to run to this location. Civil defence would do that. They would look at what the best mechanisms are there.
Civil defence team have response plans for each coastal settlement around the region as well, and so there'll be one for Mangawhai, and then that plan will identify pass to high ground and those factors we talked about before.
So thank you for that detailed explanation. So am I correct to understand that when this exposure draft goes out, it will be then taken up by civil defence personnel who will examine it and then give a submission back to the council indicating areas that they believe should be protected or to enable safe evacuation of X number of people? Is that going to happen?
I could step in as someone who's been involved in civil defence for quite some time. The community response plans are done by communities based on their understanding of their locality. I'm not aware that civil defence regularly makes submissions on district plans. And I think if we look at the tsunami, looking at Mangawhai, the tsunami warning of last year, there were lots of locations that people went to, and people kind of make a lot of their own decisions about where they go to in terms of higher ground. They might go on streets, they might go in car parks up at the the bowling club. That was a big location. There were areas up high and on the way through to Cove Road that people went to. So, I mean, it would obviously be my understanding there's nothing to stop civil defence submitting, but it's not something that is normally done. So I think the staff have been fairly clear about the fact that it's not something that we would normally include in a district plan, but that if the civil defence wanted to make some feedback on the exposure draft, they certainly could. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of benefit of staying on this issue much longer, because I think staff have been fairly clear on what the position is.
Yes, so Madam Chair, at the beginning of the meeting, you did advise our council, our colleagues, that we were to dig deep into questions and uncertainties.
Yeah,
and that there was no speed, and it was up to us to actually really feed in. You said contribute.
I did, and I also said that you will be heard, but you might not get what you want. And I think it's been really clear that staff have said it's not something the district plan deals with. And if civil defence felt there was a concern and they wanted to give feedback, then they could, but it's not something that the district plan normally deals with. So I think we're in that place where you've been heard, everyone understands your concern, and civil defence, if they feel they want to back that up, could make a submission on it. But there's nothing more that we can do with it right now. Catherine?
Okay, I've heard you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask the staff another question, please.
Okay, we'll give you one more.
So I would like to know that our district plan will make areas available for such a thing as an evacuation.
I think the feedback that you got is that's not what district plans do.
Okay, so what does a district plan do if it doesn't enable and shape future development of a district?
It is about development, but it's not about setting aside tracts of land for civil defence purposes, because those are entirely unpredictable and hopefully rare.
You put words in my mouth. I never said set aside the district plan. I never used words set aside tracts of land.
So what are you asking for?
I'm asking whether, through the feedback of those personnel in civil defence, that will identify higher ground areas for what could be a population of 7,000 people over the summer, which is, as we know on this council table, the number of people that could potentially inhabit Mangawhai in the summer season. So 7,000 people converging at once because sirens are going off, to places for safety, I would expect that such information would somehow be on a district plan so that future development over the next 10 years, which is what the district plan is setting out, will allow for the safety of the people. Whatever means that is.
Could I just test the process here? You've opened the
Yeah.
door. Firstly, how would you like to be addressed?
Madam Chair is fine.
Madam Chair is fine. Okay. Yeah, Madam Chair is fine. In my ideal mind, if I pressed the send button on an email last night, you would have seen that for me, the format for this meeting would have been without these desks, and we're all sitting around directly facing each other and able to converse directly with each other. So I'd like to respond to my learned friend opposite, in that perhaps the staff could assist by providing the elected members with a copy of the emergency response plan applicable for the Mangawhai area. And that, I think, would address those concerns, and they are regularly updated, may well be out of date now, but that's an ongoing process. And I think that's the bit that deals with the nuts and bolts of dealing with an emergency situation, rather than something which would get cast and reinforced concrete in the district plan.
But I thought there could be some simple tool, like look, I'm not a planner, but an overlay.
It's not normally done in the district plan. Councillor Larson.
Mr. Wanders would like to respond to this. I think he's put his hand up a couple of times, but.
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this particular matter was dealt with Plan Change 78 in Mangawhai Central specifically. How is that to be done? It is not a RMA matter, it's a civil defence matter, and therefore it was not provided for. So the legal opinion is it's a civil defence matter, not an RMA matter. It does not go into the district plan. The other aspect deals with the sirens and the height restrictions. That is an RMA matter which we will be looking at.
Okay.
I just wanted to, this matter was done in Plan Change 78.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think on that basis, we'll move on, given that civil defence are at liberty to make a submission if they feel that there's something in the district plan that ought to be amended, but at this point, it's not something that we would include in the district plan. Okay. Moving on to the next topic, which is historical heritage.
I'd like to put my apologies for my lateness.
Thank you, Councillor Wood.
Good morning, elected members. So I'm just going to take you through the historical heritage slide here. So the concern and the feedback that we received was the issue that's been previously discussed in terms of relocated buildings that have been relocated, but obviously still retain their heritage status. So the concern was that moved buildings may not be protected by the organisations that receive them. And you'll see in the draft that was circulated that we did in fact include 4 relocated buildings discussed at the April briefing. The questions that we were putting forward today for discussion was really, has the inclusion of the 4 buildings satisfied the concerns of elected members, or are there more buildings that we needed to be across? And I think the Mayor raised one in particular at the Kāori Museum. And then we just wanted to discuss whether you're comfortable with the provisions, because it wasn't quite clear in terms of feedback whether there was something specific you wanted us to change as far as policies and rules pertaining to historic heritage. So just to confirm that with elected members and seeking your direction as to anything additional we need to do.
Councillor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my concern about this is that when a building is relocated, it may have had very, very significant historic value to the district. it's relocated. For example, and I'll use this because it's an actual example that's relevant to Mangawhai. We've got a number of historic buildings that have been relocated onto the historic village. Now, it was claimed that, okay, well, these are now real, and people who are administering that historic village trust will look after them. But I would hesitate to 100% agree with that, because over a period of 20 or 30 years, the trustees are going to revolve several times, and you can't really determine just exactly how each set of trustees is going to view the different buildings and what they do with them. Now, there has been at present a view of the trustees that they try, those historic buildings that they relocate there have been upgraded and brought up to standard, but in the same sort of style that they were originally held, like old Gumdiggers Cottage, etc., etc. Now, you said that those are not actually provided any protection here. You're relying on the trustees to do that. I don't think that's enough. I think there's got to be much more direction in the district plan, because we could end up with a whole series of extra buildings. There's more land there. They plan to bring more buildings in there, as in the other areas of the district too, about getting relocatable historic buildings. And I think we need to be a little bit more expansive in the way in which we treat this in the district plan. And I think we're still being quite restrictive. That's my feedback on it. Thank you.
Do you want a response to that, or are you happy for it?
You know, we made this pretty much in the last meeting we had on this. I think there was a pretty clear direction, and I noticed the mayor has already come in writing on his view on this as well. And I still don't believe the district plan has, in its current form that would be going out for community feedback, is sufficiently expansive in the way they treat the relocatable aspect of historic buildings.
Councillor Wilsey, are you going to talk about the same thing, or, okay, good. And then we'll.
I thought I'd talk about the weather.
Round it off.
I'll move on to another that interested me. No, thank you. I'm going to come back to the basis of this being included in the district plan. We were led to believe by the consultant that by moving a property, it lost its heritage right. But according to the Historic Places Trust on the national policy, moving it does not automatically remove its right to be classified as a heritage building. Why were we led to believe as councillors that that was in fact the case when it's not? Because that's before we get to this conversation about individual properties and that, or buildings, it's not actually, the person that presented this document, or this part of the document, didn't actually present it based on the New Zealand rules on heritage property and their rating. Because sorry, excuse my mask, because actual heritage rules are that even if it's relocated, as long as it's done sympathetically to that building, and it, for example, it faces the same way, or it has similar features, it can retain its heritage right. So the fact that we're retrospectively trying to fix what was presented to us incorrectly means that we're now having to individually identify buildings. That's not how this works. Those buildings shouldn't have been taken out for us to now have to push to put them back in again. It should have been the fact that we could identify ones that no longer complied and withdrew them. This is a back to front part of the district plan.
David, you missed the beginning. I suggest
no, but I'm
that we.
So I'm asking the question is, okay, my question is, which I'll come to now, how do we then align our policy and the COPRA with the national policy? So rather than identifying these individually and having an hour's discussion, how do we bring it into alignment with the national policy where, if you like, we have to take them out as opposed to put them in?
Okay, going to hand that over to Catherine and David to answer.
Just one with a quick question. When you talk about national policy, what policy are you referring to? You're talking about Heritage New Zealand's policy?
I'm talking about, well, there's a number of different trusts and policies, and there's some of the buildings we've got in the COPRA under Historic Places Trust.
Yes, I just want to be really clear in terms of your role as elected members here in the heritage space. We've got Heritage New Zealand, who operate under a different set of legislative requirements to council, and we're doing our job under the Resource Management Act. So we have a duty and an obligation under the Resource Management Act to protect heritage, and it is a national matter of significance. So bear that in mind. But also, Heritage New Zealand will always have a slightly different view to councils on some matters because of the role that they play in terms of their legislation. So they will come in as submitters on this process, whether we like it or not, and we know that. And I guess in terms of the relocated buildings, Dr. Anne McEwen, who's been engaged to assist council, remember at the start of this, we said, look, we've got these buildings in our district plan, they haven't been assessed for a long time. She needed to go through and look at those. We said to her that if there are additional buildings during that review, that we would like her to look at those as well. We weren't asking her to do a district-wide survey, so I want to be really clear about that. They cost a lot of money. So we had a limited scope in terms of what we could produce for elected members to consider. And as part of that process, we've found a few more, and we hope that there'll be more to come through the communities, and relocated buildings will be one of those. So in terms of the criteria that council has used, we have to follow our rules as far as our RM process, which is regional policy statement, sets some criteria for what we need to look at for heritage. And largely that's what Anne has used to go through for each of those assessments. So when you see her assessments, and she's producing a big report for our section 32, which she's working along in the background at the moment. So you've sort of seen the face of that at the moment in terms of the buildings and the information she's gathered. But she has to be confident that she can stand up as a professional in her heritage, specialist role, and be confident that it meets those criteria. Whether we agree or disagree, that's her professional opinion. So what we're asking elected members to consider with the draft exposure is there additional buildings that you would like to see in the plan because of the community's value on those, and that's fine, but we have to be in a position to support them going forward. So at the moment, with the discussion we've had, we know already that our heritage expert doesn't support them because of her assessment, and that's okay. But we may come against challenges later on that we, struggle to defend because of her viewpoint. So just want to make that clear too, because it's always difficult from a planning perspective when we get further down the track. But I think for today, what we'd really like to get from elected members is some direction that have we included like things at this stage?
No, sorry, no, I'm challenged, sorry.
Let Catherine finish and then we'll come to you, Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I lost my thought now. So
you're asking what you want from us today.
Yeah, so I think we've got what's in the exposure draft at the moment. There are 4 that don't have an assessment with them because Dr. McEwen doesn't support those. We're happy to put that up to the public. We're happy to get feedback from the public, same as the notable trees. Which buildings does the community value? Would they like those assessed? And then we'll ask Anne to look at that. We don't know how many we'll get yet. And I guess at the end of the day, like I said, it comes back to us providing the evidential basis from a resource management perspective that we can justify why we're putting it in the district plan. And if elected members feel strongly that those should be in the plan, then we will look at that and we will do our best to support it for the notified version. But I just wanted to be really clear about our function as council versus the likes of Heritage New Zealand, who do come at things from a different perspective because of their legislation, and it is to protect everything. So, but remember with the district plan that if we put rules on, and this is in response to your comments, Councillor Levy, if we are entrusting trusts, businesses, organisations to look after heritage, we have to remember we have it in the district plan. We're also imposing that obligation that every time they want to do something, they have to come to us as KDC for resource consent to do so. And that comes at a cost, and obviously potentially a publicly notified process, which can also cost. So elected members need to feel comfortable with that imposition on those trust buildings, etc. So I'm not saying don't do it, I'm just putting it out there that there are implications if you do put things in the district plan that maybe are better dealt with by the organisation. So it's not that we disagree with you on that in terms of things change over time, but resource consents can cost a lot too, and if they're already doing a good job of protecting it, their argument might be to us, what's council's role in this? Why do they need to tell us what to do? So we will get feedback on that possibly. And I think we will be prepared in November when we hopefully, or later in the process, I should say, when we come back to you with that feedback.
Are you planning to do a fact sheet on this so people can understand what a heritage listing means?
Yes.
So that we can encourage people to think about the buildings they might be responsible for and to feedback on it. Okay. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. I'll carry on with my question. If it's not the individual identification, I understand and I agree with some of the consultants, some of the buildings, whether they should be in or out, and because it was a number taken out for various reasons. It's more about the premise of, if we had a premise in there that even if it's relocated, it still justifies its heritage, meeting that heritage, would that in any way oppose the RMA or any other policy, is my question. Because we've gone down a track where we have to put it back in. I'm asking if we went the other way, would that actually go against any legislation?
So you're asking if we took those relocated buildings out of the...
No, if we, sorry, beg your pardon, if we, for example, if they're already in, the fact that they're relocated doesn't take them off the list automatically.
I think the question is, does the relocated status in some way disqualify them under any legislation that they're in?
Yeah, I mean, if that was taken out as a criteria to remove them from the heritage, which has been done in this document, if that was to be removed, would that clash with any legislation?
Relocated status.
Look, I think I'd have to go back and check the criteria there, but relocation is only one factor. Betty, have you got a response?
Sorry, and I'm asking about the heritage, and I do mean to apologise, but it's the other criteria I think I can't speak for we. It was understandable. It's just that one, because there's so many of our buildings have been relocated for various reasons. It's almost like we're retrospectively trying to fix an issue that's already happened. I'm just asking why we can't protect them and then be advised to take the ones out that shouldn't be there, as opposed to us having to stick them back in.
Yeah, I mean, whatever we send out in the draft is setting an expectation with the community. So I guess that's where elected members have to feel comfortable that if they're in there, that you're happy with that. And knowing that some people will be, heritage is always a really emotive topic, unfortunately, and there'll be a lot of feedback on this, whether we like it or not. But I guess we just have to feel comfortable that if you are going out with them in the exposure draft, that, you know, we will be sending letters to all of these landowners to say it's in the exposure draft, we value your feedback, and then we will process that feedback and obviously come back to elected members with what was said. And there could be opposing views. Some people might support the protection of, you know, this building over here, and some might also say, no, we don't want it protected. So we have to deal with that through the process that we get to go through, and that's the section. What is the right tool?
Ignored.
Should we include it in the notified? And remember that once we notify the district plan.
So you keep going off the topic, which is what I asked you is there any reason we can't put in there that anything that's been relocated that currently has a heritage status, retains a heritage status, subject to an expert or that person applying for them to be withdrawn?
So if they've
It's a very simple question. I'm sorry, Chair, but I'm not getting answered.
currently got heritage status and then get relocated, that they retain, that our policy, is there anything that says we can't have the policy that they retain that heritage status
As the default.
as the default?
So they will, if they're in the plan at the moment, is that what you're asking? If they're
No, I'm asking, sorry, at the moment, if they're in the plan, but they've been relocated. So there's a number of these properties, even not necessarily to a museum, but to another site. Under the current policy that we're looking forward to put in this district plan, they lose that basically as a right because they've been relocated, and then we have to stick them back in. I'm just asking why we can't retrospectively leave them in there unless somebody chooses to apply to pull them out for whatever reason.
So anything that's ever had heritage status stays in unless somebody's specifically asked to take it out, whether or not it's been
Done
relocated.
it this way around rather than that way. It's like, thank you for your time, but I just don't feel that I'm being answered because no one's telling me that we can't do this.
Could I just intervene here? Possibly the answer lies with if a building is scheduled currently, and if someone wants to shift it, I'm not sure if this is quite the scenario you're imagining, then they would need a resource consent, I expect. And in the course of that, the issue of the future status of the.
It's not.
But you're talking more about ones which have already been shifted.
The ones at Matakoe, excuse me, the ones at Matakoe or around the museum, the Argiville Museum.
Post office in the school. Yep.
They lose their heritage legislation under this or protection under this, whereas why can't they retain it and then they can apply to take it out if they think it's onerous or they don't need to justify it?
And that would also apply to the, some of the buildings at the historic village.
That's right. Some of those were built before they were.
So we've got a comment from, sorry, I forgot. Yes.
I think several things. Yeah, the relocated buildings, Dr. McEwen has taken out, have not met her assessment criteria. And one of the reasons that he has been happy to take those out is because they are protected under other mechanisms like the trust and the museum. And she did not feel that it was appropriate that there was two lots of legislation or two lots of restrictions on them, really. And as has been pointed out by Catherine, that should the trust even wish to move one of those buildings around in the village and put another one in, that it will require a resource consent to do that. So you are putting a lot of restrictions on individual trusts and groups. And generally in heritage, we've worked on the principle that when they are with trusts and groups, they are looked after because that's what the rules are for. So there's that sort of thing. And then I think in answer to Councillor Willis, or I'm not entirely sure, it's registered at the moment. It's come out because it hasn't met Councillor McEwen, Dr. McEwen's assessment. Yes, you have directed us to put them back in, but be aware there are no assessments with them because Councillor Dr. McEwen has not made an assessment. But that's not to say that somebody else won't, but you will be other, another period to do that. And they can be moved, but every year, every 10 years, they go through the same process. So you can have a policy in there for now, but 10 years' time, they will be reassessed again. Mm. And if they still haven't met that criteria, you're back in the same position.
Okay. So I'm just going to,
still be that answer.
It certainly helps to give some context. I'm just going to summarise my feeling from the mood of the table is that the buildings at the museums get included, but I would put a condition on that we're really clear to those organisations what we're doing here, and that if they want to ask for them not to be included, then that's really clear to them that is their right, and that we would listen to that. How does that sound?
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, that we seem to be in a stalemate to some extent. You've got Heritage New Zealand's set of criteria, and we understand that's fairly rigid, black and white, they assess them, boom, boom, boom. But what we're really saying is that in Kaipara in particular, because the bulk of our historic buildings have been made out of old kauri, because we're in the centre of the kauri forest, they're very relocatable. They're easily to relocate. It's not like being down the South Island, they've all been made out of Oamaru stone or something, where you can't relocate very easily at all. So we're in a different situation here, and a lot of our buildings do get relocated. Now, I know that the historic village here had a number of scheduled buildings, because I remember they had to go and get permission to relocate them and all the rest of it. And what I'm really saying is, perhaps, apart from the Historic New Zealand assessment, in the district plan, we have another sort of filter, if you like, that says, there are certain restrictions from those trusts that are protecting historic places or buildings, that they can't just willy-nilly go and do things unless they have permission to do that. So in other words, we're capturing a far greater spread of what are deemed to be historic to Kaipara buildings, which might still be slightly outside the rigid assessment that Heritage New Zealand undertakes. And I'm just, I think perhaps even at this stage, you get feedback from the community on that. Is that what the community wants? Do they value all of these buildings that have been relocated, but they do have significant historic meaning to the people of Kaipara? Because they're outside the current assessment. So, strictly speaking, you're relying on a trust, a group of people that will change in terms of the people on that trust and their vision for what they want to do while they're on the trust. We've got no control. We're not writing up the trust deed for those trusts. That's not getting written up by council. So we lose a fair degree of control. We are relying on them coming to do a resource consent, to do a change, to capture anything. Well, we already know, I certainly do, how things get through the resource consent process. So I just think we need to get some good feedback from the community on this. Otherwise, in 10 years' time, we'll have lost a whole nother raft of historic buildings.
Okay, I'm going to include Councillor Larson here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I disagree with the view that you put forward. It can go out to some sectors of the community and say that, if you like this, we'll try and include it, and if you don't like it, we'll try not to include it. I don't think you can do that through a consultation or engagement process. You've got to let everyone have their views. You put it out there, you let people know that are affected, that they are affected, but then you have to let everything come in equally rather than putting a slant on it from the point at which it goes out. So it's like to cover that off. I don't think that's a way to approach things from a non-statutory or statutory position. Thank you.
I'm just going to, yes, Councillor Wilson Collins, we haven't heard from you yet.
Hi, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Catherine and Michael. I'm in a slightly different viewpoint, I think. Yes, I have an issue with the relocatable buildings section, but I'm more concerned about a building getting relocated and then losing its heritage status because it's been relocated. And that's because the fact of the matter is we're probably going to end up having to relocate a number of buildings moving forward in time with as life goes on. I trust the museums and the trusts that are set up to look after heritage buildings to do that. I don't think we should be restricting what they can do. If they've taken on the job of looking after a building, and that is what they want to do, and that is the commitment that they've made, I think it's a little bit unfair to then slap them with resource consents to be able to develop their area and what they're doing. If we're talking about, say, the Mangawhai Historic Village or up at the Dargaville Museum, if they want to redevelop or move a building around and they've got to apply for a resource consent, I find that just a little bit onerous. So my concern with the relocatable buildings is more about there's a building, it's down by the coast, it's heritage protected, it needs to get relocated for whatever purpose. And I'm talking about private owners, and then it loses its heritage status just because it's been moved. I'm more concerned about that. That's where I sit.
So where does just for clarity, where does the policy sit, or where does the district plan sit on buildings that?
So I think Betty did raise a good point about the 10-year review, but I was going to say that remember that once we notify those buildings that are in the proposed district plan, will have immediately looked at. So to take them out, you would need to do a plan change process, and obviously we'd come back to you with that, and then we'd look at it at that stage. But I can't see it triggering the resource consent triggering a plan change. Plan changes are expensive to do, so it would probably fall to continue review for assessment. And we might have we might be in a different space in 10 years' time. We'll have a different heritage expert, for instance, that has a different viewpoint. So there's a lot of things that we can't foresee, but I guess the thing is, if it's in the schedule, it's protected through the district plan and will trigger resource consent, at which time the consents team would assess it, and so it doesn't lose its status in any way at that point. If it's relocated you'd have the consent that shows where it's going, and that would form good documentation. And actually, that's something that we have struggled a little bit. Some buildings have moved and there's no record of that. So we've been trying to find information about where things have moved to or demolished. We don't even know that sometimes. So we've been trying to find out what's happened to a lot of our heritage buildings in Kaipara. And I think just speaking from the time I came to KDC, we've already done better in the space by identifying additional buildings and increasing. So I think that's a positive win for the exposure draft going out, is that we've actually got a bit of a grip on where the people will provide us feedback in the space. But I guess I have a question just in terms of the relocated issue. I mean, did you want us to be looking at our policies around relocation in more depth? Is that what you'd like us to go away and do? Because I'm not quite sure how you want us to change the exposure draft. Obviously, we've talked about the schedule.
Councillor Larson and then Councillor Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the question that's being asked is, if a building under the proposed district plan, which passes through into the new operative district plan, is scheduled for heritage protection, if somebody wanted to move it, would they require a resource consent under the framework that you're setting out in the draft district plan?
Yes.
And they would, and therefore that solves the problem that's being raised here, in that it is going to be assessed at that time whether they can or can't move it.
So that's the regulatory side of the relocation. I think that helps address your concerns.
I think what I heard you say is that if it's scheduled in the proposed district plan and it gets moved in within that 10 years, it's still protected?
It's
only until it gets reviewed.
Only until review or a plan change that's a lot of changes.
Okay, so
That settles that
so
question.
we're comfortable with the buildings that are currently heritage that get relocated, they have to do it through a resource consent, and they retain their heritage status. So councillor Delabarus Woodcock, you had a question, comment?
Yeah, so I guess, my feedback is to err on the side of protection of our valuable heritage, historic buildings, and picking up from councillor Wilson Collins' point is that there will be more moved valuable old buildings. And as Councillor Wethy has pointed out, they're constructed of Cody, which is never going to be ever available for a building use again. And we've lost so much of our treasures. So I'm for the fulsome protection of the heritage. And your question is do the elected members want some more information from staff about the policies around relocation? Yes, that would be useful.
Okay, so we've dealt with the buildings that are not in the museum, I'll call them museum precincts. So the sense around the table about the buildings that are in the museum precincts, do we want to put them into the exposure draft?
As protected.
As protected, so they go into the exposure draft as historic buildings, which then means, just for clarity, that these sort of museum precincts would then have to apply for resource consent for anything of significance that they want to do to those buildings. But so we're just being clear that that's what we're saying. Is that what we want to do?
I say yes.
Councillor Wills, your thoughts?
I wasn't concerned about that aspect of this.
You have no view, Councillor Wethy?
No.
You're in support of it? Councillor Larson? We're talking about the museum precinct buildings that have, under what the consultant said, do not have the heritage status. We're saying we do want them to have heritage status in the draft exposure, given that there's more discussion to be had, but at least it will generate that conversation.
Well, I'm of a similar mind to Councillor Wilson Collins, in that I don't want your community groups to be put through processes to use their buildings for the community, where they are going to have to pay the council resource consent fees to do internal modifications to change a building's purpose, whether it's used as a theatre or a library or whatever. I think that, as other members have quite rightly said, those buildings are cared for by those trusts for the purpose of preserving them. And it's just another layer that, and I've seen it with community groups before, I've got to come up with resource consent fees to do something, and it's really hard for them to do it at the best of times, let alone in inflationary times like this. So I'd say if there's protections in place and they're there for the purpose and they've already been moved and they don't qualify under other legislation, then we shouldn't impose more restriction than we need to. Thank you.
Councillor Larson said it for me.
Okay, Councillor Vincent, your thoughts on the buildings in the museum precincts?
I suppose my original perspective was that if we were in a hurry to get the district plan review done, we shouldn't bother with reviewing the historic vision.
Well, Councillor Delavara, sorry.
Yes, so I would like to support my affirmation about keeping resource consent obligations on relocated buildings that exist in museum precincts. And the reason why is because I served on the committee for the Potuturangi Harding Park, which is houses the Dargaville Museum building, and alongside it, there is the Aratapu Hall that was relocated. And I know from being on that committee that it's impossible for us to be assured of any decisions that committees may make in the future, and that community groups are able to be convinced of things that in hindsight, we wonder how on earth that happened. So the point is that if something is valuable, then we treat it as such. And we, community groups, trusts that caretake our valuable things are capable institutions, capable of raising funds for such onerous duties as resource consent fees. And the other thing that I would like to note is that there could be another mechanism such as waiving or giving a subsidy in the interests of preservation of our historic heritage for museum trusts if they have to apply for resource consent. But in my, I asked the council to consider, for example, if there were funds for the redevelopment of the Potuturangi site and they needed to move the Aratapu Hall because it's actually crowded right up against the existing building, then we need to ensure that that remnant of that pioneering history of New Zealand is protected. And it could be just by human error and, lack of. I've said enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I think we've sort of thrashed this one. What I'm thinking, sorry, Councillor Wills, you've changed your view on your ambivalent?
No, may I ask one question and then I'll comment on that thing, sorry? So I don't beat this thing to death. How many buildings were identified with removed because of the fact that they've been relocated?
So there were only 4 buildings that not recommended for inclusion in the exposure draft. So we've actually put those in the exposure draft for, we had that presented at the May meeting for you. So they don't have an assessment sheet, but they are there. So that includes the Te Kauri Museum, noting that the school, the mayor made a point that the school wasn't included. The Mangawhai Museum, and the Dargaville Museum, the Gundigas Heart. And then there's Calvert Wave House at Paparoa, which was obviously relocated down the hill. So those are all in the draft, exposure draft at the moment. So noting the school would be an addition, so we can do that. And of all of the four, I think 3 of them are heritage New Zealand listings at the moment. I'm trying to think which one was it. But yeah.
So the question was how many have been removed because of the relocation or were identified to not justify heritage status because of that? All of them have since been put back in, is it?
Yeah.
They've all been included, put back in?
So there's nothing that you haven't seen that's sitting to the side, you know, waiting for this discussion. Everything that you have given us direction on today is in the exposure draft, which will proceed as per your direction today, if that's what you'd like.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get absolutely pinpoint clear. So not all of the buildings in the 3 main museum precincts are included.
So they're in the schedule as proposed at the moment.
Okay, so all,
There's only one, there's only the school building that I checked last night that actually wasn't on the operative district plan, and we just, schedule, and we just needed to check with Anne whether she'd assessed it or not.
so is that going to go on?
Yeah. That's your direction.
So I think my sense is that yeah, there is a real strong concern around the table about protecting these buildings. And, but I like what Councillor Delavaris-Woodcock suggested, that perhaps there is a kind of exclusion if a building is being cared for by a historic preservation organisation of some such, then that actually gives them certain rights that sit alongside. Is that possible to do?
I don't know, I didn't actually say that, Madam Chair.
There was some reference in there, but yeah, so that.
I asked that perhaps there was a mechanism of waiving. I thought there waiving resource consent application fees.
So is that doable?
It's a mechanism, but obviously that will have to come through your fees and charges schedule when you look at that.
Right.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So at the moment, we don't do that.
So there's a way of saying we're going to protect these buildings, but we're not going to pass the cost of protecting those buildings on to those organisations.
So through you, Madam Chair, that wouldn't be part of the district plan. You couldn't do that.
But there is another mechanism.
But there are other mechanisms to do that.
Okay.
So we could take that feedback on and progress that.
Okay. So, and in the interest of not everyone's going to get what they want here, but that I'm getting the sense is Councillor Wilson Collins, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask one more question. The Gum Diggers Hut, you're talking about the one inside the museum?
Side of the museum.
Really? Like no offense to you guys, I'm asking these guys. So there is a Gum Diggers Hut inside the Dargaville Museum as an exhibit.
No, it's alongside.
Outside the.
Outside.
It's outside.
Outside.
The outside one.
Talking about the picture
Can be.
inside.
No, they're little corrugated.
I know there's a corrugated one outside, but the one in the previous paper that we had was inside the building. And I just asked, are we talking about the Gum Diggers Hut inside the museum?
Building. I thought it was inside the building.
Yeah. There is a wooden Gum Diggers Hut inside the Dargaville Museum. Exhibit.
Okay.
There are also the Gum Diggers Huts outside, the little village outside, but I understand the one that we're putting in the schedule.
Pretty sure it was inside, but I can check that.
Someone check that. Someone confirm that.
Thank you. Okay.
I just have a bit of discomfort with including that one.
I think
It's actually a museum.
I think there is still some discomfort, but we're going to have to link this so that we can proceed. So
So on that point then, is it actually an original building that's been moved inside the museum, or is it a mock-up exhibit that's been built in there?
my understanding it's an original building that's been moved
But
inside.
it's actually a museum exhibit inside another building. We're getting a little bit ridiculous, aren't we? I mean,
Well, we have,
how far does heritage protection extend? Has there been an assessment of that building by a doctor expert that said that it qualifies.
No, it says it didn't qualify.
Doesn't qualify.
Well, I think we're grasping at straws a bit, aren't we?
So it doesn't qualify.
So that's
So one of the four that we had initially, I don't know if you recall the briefing we had, we took those out because Dr. Anne McEwen did not support them going into the plan. And as per your directions from the April briefing, we put them back for the May the council meeting without her assessment because she does not support them. So they're sitting on the table at the moment. Do they go in or do they go out?
So around the table, do we want that old building that is inside another building in the plan or not?
I'm afraid I agree with the last one that
Okay.
if you've got if it's become a museum exhibit, I don't think we should be extending it.
Okay.
That's getting, otherwise you've got to say, how many museum?
I think I think we're agreed on that. So
can we separate that one from the three?
that one can go out again.
Because arguably they're all exhibits, right?
Oh, arguably, yes.
Yes. Please don't open that.
I understand.
I think we're nearly there. Okay.
There is a process by which the museum decides to deregister an item which is scheduled.
Okay.
List of artifacts.
All right. So there is a process for a museum to do that should we want to, but in this case, we're not going to include that building because it's already very clearly an exhibit. Okay?
Yep.
All right. Have you got what you need?
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, can I just summarise this so that we're all on the same page, real quick? It will be interesting. The museum precinct buildings are included as they are in the schedule in the district plan, like we have now.
Yep.
Except for the internal one at the Dargaville Museum.
Yep.
Whatever it's called, Gumplinger's Hut. We're going to add in Matakohi School Building into the schedule, and it's going to be included. And then we're going to look at the key principle, if scheduled, then relocated, then we need to retain protection.
Yes.
That's the summary.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Great. Okay. I think we're going to close this one down and move on because otherwise we'll keep spinning all day and we've got chunkier issues to get through now.
So, Madam Chair. So I would ask to be able to satisfy my concern regarding the prior matter. So,
sorry, what prior matter?
I have a question and I would like.
About
the RMA.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wonders, addressed my concerns about the tsunami evacuation.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm going to be firm here. We have addressed that. We came to a conclusion. We are not going to go back on these things. There will be time in the future to talk about these as we go through this process, but it's been very clearly set out the answer to that. So we are now going to move on.
May I ask about the RMA? We are here to discuss the RMA.
We have dealt with the issue of the tsunami evacuation zones and we are moving.
Okay, this is a different matter.
We are now dealing with, we are sticking to what we have in the papers, which is now the outstanding natural features and landscapes. We are moving on to that. We cannot be going back over these issues. We need to settle them and move on, which we have done on the two issues which we've addressed so far. And now we're on to the third item.
I have a very simple question, Madam Chair. I would like to ask it because that is what you instructed us to do.
I said that we would, that not.
Please, may I ask?
We need to keep moving on, so I am going to be firm here. We need to keep moving on. We're now on to outstanding natural features and landscapes. Perhaps if you have a question during the break, you can ask.
No, Madam Chair, that does not satisfy me. I would like to ask a question about matters of national importance.
Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, we are moving on.
I would like.
We are moving on.
To ask.
To officers, we are moving on. Councillor De La Varas, you will stop now. We are moving on. I've been really clear. You've had your opportunity to speak. We are moving on.
May I make a statement?
No, we are moving on to the next item. If it pertains to the next item, yes, of course you can make a statement, but we are here to talk about these topics right now. Okay.
Madam Chair, you've contradicted yourself as the chair because you said we should have a.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, please desist, or I'll have to ask you to leave the room while we get on with the discussion in hand.
Point of order.
There are no points.
I have a duty to ask questions.
And you have asked questions.
I would like to ask one more question.
Questions were answered. We are moving on, please.
Actually, time for tea now.
I think maybe we'll adjourn for tea at this for 10 minutes. Okay, we'll come back to the table now, please. Councillor Vincent, Councillor Larson, if you could come back to the table now, please.
Need a whistle.
Do. I'll get a goal.
By the way, I am not prejudiced against women. I hate everybody.
You are?
I'm not prejudiced against women. I hate everybody.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm not prejudiced against women. I hate everybody equally.
It's nice.
Everybody hates you as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wills.
The microphone's on.
Okay, we're going to kick back into the next section, which is the outstanding natural features and landscapes. I understand from Michael that we are maybe going to have a different map or not.
I'm just trying to get in touch with Kyle. He's in the meeting, but I don't know if he's.
Yes, I requested that, Madam Chair, because the map that we've got there is incomplete. It needs to be pulled back so that we get a full process.
That's cool. Okay, so maybe if officers can introduce the topic before we get into discussions while the map's being brought up.
Do you want to introduce the topic?
Madam Chair, it can be very fast. Unfortunately, this remark regarding the agricultural activities and that was part of two briefings as well as a petition that we received regarding to those buildings. And it actually deals with a small piece of portion land between Kaiwaka and Mangatarota, which is adjoining the Whangarei outstanding landscape. And the question was originally on the southern side of the Bredouan itself, is that area, should it be part of the outstanding landscape, yes or no? The outcome of the investigation was it should not be part of the landscape because it has been cleared of vegetation. There's one clump of trees still on the property, but it's used for active farming and therefore it is not included. So the whole original Bredouan outstanding landscape number 14 remains as it is in the operative plan, except that Sentinel Hill in Mangawhai is added for some reason that was left out on the map, in the maps. Previously it was described, but it wasn't mapped. So that's the only change. For the rest, the outstanding landscape stays exactly the same as it was in the operative plan, and is exactly as it is in the regional policy statement. So if that remark regarding to the vegetation and to this particular property, I haven't mentioned now what the property's numbers are, but if that appears anywhere in the draft plan, I will take it out. It doesn't, it is only mentioned in the original discussion documents, but thereafter, after the conditions, etc., it is, I assure you that the outstanding landscape ONL stays as it.
Opening that up to questions, Councillor Webby.
So Paul, could you just, are you suggesting that the west end of the Bredouan, the southwest end, in other words, you know, where number 1 highway comes through, and Bredouan Road comes in from on the State Highway 15, and it goes up into the, if you like, the start of the Bredouan. Now, I agree with you, that is what I would call, it's not really intensive farming, but it's well farmed, it's been cleared and farmed. So that is what you're referring to, because the wording that you had in that document that we were given summary was rather unclear. It was like a broadside statement sounding as if most of the southern side of the Bredouans was intensively farmed, which it is truly not. So we need to clarify that, because if any person in the community reads that, I'm sure that's what they would say that's misleading. unless you clarify that.
Madam Chair, it was in that document, the original document, and the original document had the property numbers in it. And it went over to 3 pages, and to bring it to 2 pages, property numbers were taken out, so it looked as if it was the whole of Untitled. It wasn't, and I explained that at a briefing, and at the petition that came in, we actually explained that to council, and I have written to the petitioners exactly what property I'm referring to, and that the aspect of the southern side of the Rendowans, except for that one, stays as it is.
So it stays as a outstanding natural feature.
Okay.
Yes, it would just be helpful that if we, for 100% clarity, here we are, we're getting some other.
Okay, so let's just get that clarity. There we are.
Right. But can you, it's a bit hard to see the number 1 state highway from here.
Yeah, it's just when I zoom in, it gets really, that's why I couldn't take a good image of it, but, through there.
There's that ball drop there.
In the council agenda of the 24th of November 2021, all the maps are there, plus it is identified where this little portion is, as well as the portion in Whangarei, where it is shown as outstanding landscape. And the question was, if you just go over the ridge, is that an outstanding landscape, yes or no? And we decided no, that would not be considered as an outstanding landscape. And that's where the confusion came in, what portion of the land we were talking about in the discussion document. On that particular point, Madam Chair, we have to remember the discussion documents had their use at that point. They are now past. We are now busy with fact sheets, which will not describe any of these type of things. It will describe what is in the draft plan.
Right. Okay, any additional comments now that the map's up in front? Yes, Councillor De Vos Woodcock?
Yes, thank you, Paul. My question is, this section in that's green and doesn't have any yellow boundary in the middle, that still seems to be part of the Brindurans range. Why is that not got any designation or, sorry?
Right. I just want to go back a little bit back to variation 1 of the operative district plan, where Kaipara Council was taken to court because the outstanding landscape was not identified in that particular plan. The court instructed Kaipara to do the studies for the outstanding landscape in terms of the criteria that was stated in the regional policy statement. The consultants did the studies, did the section 32, and that was the line that they came up with. So anything that's the yellow line is considered to be orange line. Sorry, the yellow line is a different thing. The orange line, everything within that was considered to be outstanding landscape. The advantages, the same consultants we did the work for the regional council at that particular point in time, they delivered the criteria, and it's exactly the same. The 2 maps are exactly the same. So the test that we went through was in the variation 1 and the section 32 analysis. That is the area that was identified. We are in the position, if additional areas are being identified, we have to do the section 32 again. And that is where what brought me to assessing that area adjacent in Whangarei, that to do the assessment. We've done the assessment, it doesn't qualify. But if there are other areas that we have to look at, then we have to appoint a landscape architect to reevaluate that. With the discussion documents as well as previous council meeting, it was accepted that that would be sufficient for this particular plan. If there are other areas that you want us to investigate, then we have to do those investigations.
So thank you for that. So just to pick my understanding, you're saying that Bryngerwan Ranges as a whole kind of geological formation, and there was a court case that challenged the operative district plan that's called Variation 1. Did it challenge it to be more comprehensive in that outstanding?
The challenge was Kaikoura District Council at that particular point in time decided not to provide for outstanding landscapes.
Right.
For particular reasons regarding to private property right and those type of things. And the court instructed, I don't know, I think it was Doc and Forrester Bird to council before. The court instructed council to do that particular variation. Basically, the variation was done, and variation 1 was incorporated into the operative plan.
And so Variation 1, we are saying, we are looking at now, the orange boundary area is basically what is called Variation 1.
Correct.
Okay. And so in between, on the left-hand side, you've got a little, parcel of land, and then on the right-hand side, you've got another one. And the bit in the middle, did that not get included because it didn't meet the criteria?
Correct.
Criteria.
Architects went and they assessed the whole area, whole of the district, and eventually the whole of the board assessed according to those criteria. If it did not qualify the criteria, then it was not included.
Okay. And so if there were, any interested parties that thought that that missing area should be included, they have a chance to feed that in into the exposure draft.
And that was one of the reasons why we did go out with the discussion documents. Are there any areas that should be added, or are there any areas excluded?
Right. And so that was a chance for this area to be.
With the document that will go out in public now, again, they can make suggestions.
Right.
And we will assess the suggestions and add or don't add. And obviously, when the plan becomes a proposed plan, they can make submission.
Right. So in between times, we can see that the area of land that hasn't had what do you call it? What do you call it? Overlay has had somewhat land use modification. Okay.
Okay, councillor Larson.
That's right. That's been covered off by Mr. Wonders now. Thank you.
A housekeeping matter. Is this a COVID management strategy? We've got the door open and the reconditioning going.
That's a valid question indeed.
Happy to close it.
Either the door or the heat
I'm
pumps.
happy with the sun on my back, but
So,
I can close it if
okay,
that was the intention.
all right. Okay, any further questions or comments, discussions to be had on this particular?
I think I'm happy.
You happy?
Now that we've had a better explanation and Paul's
Right.
suggested that he will change some of the wording that goes out, don't get a whole lot of unnecessary feedback.
Good. All right, are you happy with the feedback that you've received? Right, okay, we'll move on. And now we get to what was likely to be the more intense part of the day, the rural zones. So yeah, we've got, sorry, Catherine, you're going to have to reintroduce. Not good with retaining names.
So with Jerome White here, from Foresight Consulting.
Yep.
They've got these moving in somewhere as well, from Formative, which is the economic company that we've engaged as part of the district plan.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. So we're going to start with the zone question first. So I think this is quite fundamental to the zoning in terms of whether we have one rural zone or two rural zones. And we received obviously feedback that there are some concerns that, you know, we have two rural zones in the exposure draft, and should we look at having one? And obviously our recommendation is for two. So Jerome and Rodney are here today to just talk you through the rationale behind how we arrived at the two zones, and not forgetting that we in a great space where we've got these national planning standards, and there are actually a number of rural zones that we could look at, but we landed on two for our recommended approach. So I'm going to hand over to Jerome to sort of cover off. Now, there's a lot of content in your presentation, so I'll just say we'll go as quickly with the kind of key points and feel free to ask questions as we move through that.
I'm assuming that everyone has read the papers that were sent out on this. Good.
Yeah. Madam Chair, that a briefing today would be one where, as elected members, we would get to do most of the talking. So I just feed that in.
So you can rest assured we have read the papers, so if you can flick through the key points, that'd be great, and then we'll get into the discussion. But thank you for those papers, they were helpful.
Thank you. So just to recap on the drivers for the rural zones and our recommended approach. The first one is really to give effect to Kaipapa and the growth of the rural economy. And that's to be achieved through what it was suggesting as the rural production zone, which is really focused on those areas identified as suitable, potentially suitable horticulture. The second key driver is to give effect to the spatial plans in terms of the location of the settlements and the rural lifestyles in the districts, and also the general principle around better protection of highly productive land in the districts. And it's also intended to affect the relevant upcoming national direction and regional policy direction, which I'll talk to on the next slide. And other key drivers relate to the plan that's clearer, easier to understand, and great outcomes for the rural zone. Slide.
Excuse me, can you just speak a little bit more slowly?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
You were looking at me like to speak without the slowly. Okay, so in terms of the relevant regional and national direction, a key driver is proposed national policy statement on highly productive land. This does not have immediate legal effect at the moment, but it's due to be gazetted within the next couple of months. So we've really sought to align our approach with what's in the proposed NPS.
I'm just going to stop there. What would happen if we didn't align our approach? What would be the outcome?
The NPS would essentially require you to do a plan change in 5 years' time, so additional costs to council and the community.
All right. So you're suggesting we preempt that legislation in order to avoid further cost and effort later on.
That's correct. And to say so, depending on when the draft plan is released, it would likely come into effect between the draft and proposed. So when it is proposed, you'd be required to sort of give effect to it as best you can anyway. So we've really sort of attempted to front end that work.
Okay.
So at a broad level, what the NPS requires is highly productive land to be protected for use in land-based primary production. And it will require highly productive land to be mapped, and it's sort of based on LUC 1 to 3, but it also allows other land that has the potential to be highly productive to be mapped as highly productive land. So that's really strongly aligned with what the work that Kaipapa has done around those areas that's suitable for horticulture. So essentially that forms the basis of the rural production zone. And then once you've mapped that zone, it requires quite controls on subdivision use and development that would sort of compromise the capacity of that land. In terms of the direction of the regional policy statement, you have a policy there that requires that plan change to subdivision does not materially reduce the potential for soil-based primary production on land with highly versatile soils. Quite a slightly unusual policy. That will be superseded by the NPS direction when that comes into effect. There's also clear direction in both the NPS and the RPS around avoiding reverse sensitivity effects like primary production activities, and direction around consolidating growth and around existing sequence. And as with the district plan also needs to give effect to the national planning standards, as Catherine said, there is 3 sort of rural zones that you can include through the planning standards, and that the planning standards sets out the purpose of each of those zones. So the provisions that we've developed are really trying to give effect to the purpose of what those zones are intended to achieve. Next slide. I won't really talk about the settlement and rural lifestyles. I understand there's support for those, but this is intended to just show that each zone does have a distinct kind of purpose, and they all kind of work together to achieve the objectives we're seeking for the rural environment. And it's important to note that, you know, the providing for rural dedicated lifestyle zones is really important to alleviate pressure for lifestyle development in the productive area district and create a sensitivity and, you know, undermine the protection potential of that land. As I understand, the key kind of concern from some members is around the need for a general rural and a rural production zone. They are defined in the planning standards in quite similar ways, and they're intended to be predominantly for primary productions and other activities that require a rural location. The key difference is that the rural production zone is around activities that rely on the productive nature of that land. So that's quite aligned with the MPs as well. So that's the key difference there. And that the addition of the rural production zone in the planning standard was based on quite strong feedback from a lot of councils that they need these two different zones to manage their rural production environment differently and have more dedicated provisions for more productive areas. Just so more in the rationale for the overall approach, and Rodney will talk to some of these points from an economic perspective. I guess it's why we accepted that there are controls on rural subdivision needed to address the sort of market failure, and that there are strong incentives to subdivide your land for commercial gain, but that sort of the market doesn't recognise the sort of long-term values and loss associated with productive land, so that's not captured in the market signal. There's also, sporadic subdivision allowing for that. So it has wider costs on the community in terms of the loss of rural economy, infrastructure and servicing, reduces the kind of issues. It's also recognised that the ongoing cumulative loss of high productive land is basically a nationally significant issue, and that's one of the key drivers for the CES. Just a summary of the need for the different rural production, where I recommended approach for a different rural production zone and general rural zone. The rural production zone, as I said, is really intended to give effect to Kaipapa. A dedicated rural zone is what we believe is the most effective way to enable that land to be used for its most production potential. And it also gives effect to the MPS, like I've said, like what we have done in terms of both the mapping approach, which is around large geographically cohesive areas of productive land, has been mapped as the rural production zone, and then setting in place some provisions to really enable that land to be used to its most potential, and that is achieved through a number of both the policies and objectives, but then also pathways to for the horticulture to take place, for example, through smaller kind of lots. And at a more general level, the two zones are intended to give effect to the national planning standards in terms of what the purpose of those zones are. And they're actually, in our opinion, likely to be less complexity at the consent stage, have a clearer idea of what outcome is sought for each of those zones, which the alternative could be a sort of overlay versus one zone approach, and I think it would be more complex from a consenting perspective. That's probably it from me.
So we'll just pause there and open it up for any questions about the rationale for having the two zones. Are there any questions that people would like to ask about that at the moment? And then we'll talk about the economic considerations afterwards. David?
I can lead out.
Okay.
May. Yeah, because it was, I put forward the proposition that perhaps we didn't need to have two, both a rural production and a general rural zone. In both, we need to identify areas that have versatile soils, like class 1 to 3 in the land resource inventory map series. And I just wonder if there is a simpler approach where because it just seems to me they are quite similar. And you argue that, or you put forward the proposition that it would reduce complexity at resource consent stage with a single set of policies. Well, you can have a single set of policies applying to the land area relating to both those proposed zones. And because I think my memory serves me correctly, the general rural zone does include a provision where we need to take account of any class 1 to 3 soils that might exist. In practical purposes, it's class 2 to 3 in Kaipara land that might exist. And I just wonder if there's some way using the, rather than a formal overlay, but reference to the map series which identifies those versatile soils as a factor to be taken into account in assessing any application in that area, because there will be places, I mean, I've heard, Northern Country described as this, rainbow soils. We get a patch of this and alongside a patch of that and so on. There are places, obviously, where there's the alluvial soils which are more coherent and consistent, even though there's differences between class 2 and class 3, even within, say, Ruawai Flats and following up alongside the Northern Wairoa River. But if we have just one of the criteria in assessing applications for resource consent, be that land use or subdivision, it includes reference back to that map series, and that we don't see that a boundary line in a subdivision is going to cut through the middle of one of those patches, that it actually will maintain its integrity. Well, I would have thought that would serve the purpose that we're trying to achieve. It would respect the approach we're taking and trying to give effect to the impetus of the Kaipara Kai initiative. And at the same time, it's just, one less zone to worry about in the district plan, because there's not a lot of wordsmithing required to put the objectives and policies of both of those zones into one, in my opinion. So that's, this is, for me, not a die in a ditch matter, but I just looking for opportunities to make our plan a bit simpler and more user-friendly. And I think that, so one way to do that would be just to, if we can do without one of the zones, and also as Mr. Day has said earlier, there seems to be general acceptance of the idea of these rural lifestyle and settlement zones. So I think that is a positive move. But this is just one area where we could perhaps just tune it up or tune it down to simplify it a bit, but still giving effect to that national policy statement that's coming through. So that's my thought on it. That's all. I'm not sure what my colleagues think.
I'm going to give it back to officers at this point.
Yeah, I guess so. The mechanism, the general rule zone as proposed to consider versatile soils will come in through the subdivision, which we can talk to in the next session. I guess my response there was that instead of sort of being more reactive in terms of considering versatile soils through the consent process, what the MPS is required to do, and what we've tried to do is being proactive about identify that resource up front. And it's about those larger geographically cohesive areas, as I said. So it's not about a tiny bit of LUC 1 to 2, 3 here in a paddock. It's around identifying that broad resource and protecting that for the future. So I guess that would be my response to that. And I guess it doesn't, if you're sort of a landowner in one zone versus another zone, I don't see how it's that much more complex for the district planning to be looking at the zones that apply to your land.
Okay, any further points that anyone wants to raise on that? I think we'll just kind of raise some issues, go and do the economics part, and then come back and try and tie it all together. Any other comments just on this sort of need for 2 zones?
Yes.
Councillor Delabarre.
Madam Chair. So my question is,
had Auckland City Council had a rural production zone such as this one that is proposed in place, would that have avoided what we've seen, development in highly productive land?
Essentially. They have got a rural production zone now, which is very stringent, and they've got rules around what they call elite and prime soils, which is OEC 1, 2 and OEC 3, but they will be superseded by that PPS. I know through ongoing correspondence from the council that they are very much wanting this MPS to take effect so they can push back on some of that development.
So I'm hearing you say that the national, what do you call it? National policy statement on highly productive land is an instrument that should be ushered in, and this proposed dual zone and a productive zone is one of the mechanisms that were used in Kaipara to prevent the loss of highly productive soil, such as we've seen in Auckland.
Any further comments at this point? Councillor Wills?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just from my understanding, it's a question. There's a bit of misunderstanding about the direction on the minimum subdivision between the two zones. On the one hand, it suggested that the production zone would be able to be subdivided down smaller because of the ability to produce off a smaller area. But then we've discussed the fact that the general area, by a large part of being non-productive, actually would suit that sort of development that's non-productive or not utilising productive land. Can you just talk to the rationale behind those two concepts when we're looking at this? Because there's some of this discussion is about protecting that productive land, which I think I support. But then on the other hand, it's actually going to allow more intense subdivision of that land because of its ability to generate income.
The proposed recommended subdivision minimum lot size in the rural production zone is sort of 20 years of controlled activity pathway and discretionary for 10 hectares, sorry. And that's to recognise that, you know, it's trying to support that transition to horticulture in some areas, and they can do up on 10 hectare unit. The discretionary pathway allows for some consideration of, you know, whether it's actually going to maintain the productive capacity of that land through that transition. In the general rural zone, I guess, you know, our initial recommendation, and this is probably for the subdivision discussion more than this one, was 40 hectares, because that's going to get more of an economically viable sort of unit. So that's the larger lot sizes are recommended in the general rural zone. We were allowing a path for subdivisions to allow that transition to horticulture and more productive uses.
Thank you. So, Chair, because there's been a bit of discussion so far identifying that this is to save or protect the productive parts of our land, but in fact this will allow more subdivision of those parts of our land as opposed to the less productive or the non-productive areas.
I guess it's to, if I could jump in, my understanding is that it's to allow more subdivision for the productive use of that land, not for sort of housing.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I do understand that, but there seems to be a misunderstanding that this is actually designed to protect those areas of productive versus the less productive. But in fact, it's the opposite, because the subdivision is allowed to be more intense on those areas as opposed to the non.
But we're protecting it for productive use.
No, you see, so I'll say again, please understand. The minimum area in a productive zone is smaller than in the other area. The discussion or the issue that we've raised is that, and I don't think we've argued against protecting the productive area, and I can't use the word us because I can only speak for myself. The issue has been raised as to why it's an economic requirement to allow the subdivision on the less productive stuff when so much of it might not even be productive in any regard. And that's,
so I think,
so we're not pursuing
the economic part.
Well, there's already been one councillor spoken to this speaking for this on the assumption that this protects the productive, whereas as a whole, it actually protects the non-productive more.
Okay, let's move on to the.
You get irony.
Sorry?
Don't you get irony?
So, can I ask another question to tease out councillors? Because questions are how we find out things. So
for example, and I know we have to not, this discretionary size for subdivision in the highly productive zone land, are there any controls on that in the planning resource consent process that ensure that that area of land does become horticultural and that cannot be further subdivided? Or would we be entrusting that the hierarchy, that the instrument being in place would just nullify any aspiration or intention of a landowner to, further subdivide that already smaller parcel of a rural, in contrast to the general rural, which is.
So I guess the policy framework for the rural production zone is very sort of strong direction that you need to maintain or enhance productive capacity of that land. So there would be a reasonably halfway to go down to 10 hectares. But you could do it for demonstrators for horticultural purposes. To go any further than that, just probably not meet the test in that zone. It would be you're not complying, and you would not be able to show that you're consistent with the objectives and policies for that zone. So I guess for our intention, that it would be difficult or not impossible to do something like that.
But we've had lots of subdivisions in Kaifra that have been non-complying.
But I think it's the objectives and policies that's above those non-compliant activities that really trigger. And when we are using words like avoid in terms of further subdivision of land, capacity of that land. So I do think from a planning perspective, it will be quite different in terms of non-compliant status in this zone.
So you're saying we would have fewer non-complying under this? Okay.
If you have fewer applying for non-compliant status and none or very little proof.
Okay, so do you feel more satisfied, Councillor Wills?
Sorry, I'm just trying to reiterate that issue. It's an assumption by some looking in that this protects our productive. It doesn't. It's a reverse. It allows you to subdivide the productive more intensely than the non-productive, which is back to front in my head. It's Irish.
Did you read the economics paper? Because it does sort of address some of it. Councillor.
Sorry, to answer the question, Councillor Delavaris Woodcock, it means that if you've got a beautiful flat piece of land, which is highly productive, you can cut it up smaller than you've got a bit of a hillside with bush on it. So, without getting into the bush stuff.
I get.
Okay, that's fine. That's an understanding.
Just allow the economists to.
Yeah, so that's, we are going to talk about this in a moment, but to preempt that a little bit, your question really is, you've got a large piece of land that is relatively unproductive, is in the rural zone, which is, and then you've got a smaller piece of land that is more productive in the rural production zone. If we subdivide that smaller piece of land in the rural production zone, we can actually get to a smaller lots and it's still viable as a business. So you might at the moment have, say, 20 hectares in that rural production zone, and you subdivide it down to 2 lots of 10 each. And now you're going to do a kiwi fruit farm on one and another kiwi fruit farm on the other one. That's 2 viable, productive agricultural activities. Okay, so that's how you can subdivide in that area down to the smaller lot size. Now let's go to the larger lot, which is less productive. If you subdivide down to that intensity of, say, 10 hectares per lot, you wouldn't be able to have a sheep farm or even a dairy farm at that level, and it would become completely unproductive and then lost. So that's the difference here. In the rural productive zone, you allow subdivision and still have rural production. So that's the issue, really.
Sorry, and I understand the concept, but I just think there's a misunderstanding because you're almost adding intensity where there's more chance of reverse, sensitivities and stuff like that. And I can use a personal example is that I've been able to cut class 2 land, which is under this rule is highly productive, but in fact, in practical terms, it's a lump of clay that's as wet as, and it's not productive any more than the stuff behind it. It's a different class. But anyway, I just wanted to make that point because I think there was possibly a misunderstanding that we were protecting our productive land.
But just test the group. Are we moving into the economic debate, or are we still wanting to iron out whether we need the two zones or not? And I'm not saying that we're agreeing to the two zones. I'm just saying at this point, can we live with moving on into the economics?
Well, perhaps we ought to find out just exactly what everyone's view is about it, two zones or not.
Okay.
I mean, my perspective is that I'm sort of betwixt and between. I can see some arguments for two zones, but other arguments to say just leave it one zone, keep it simple, and make sure that we've got clear guidelines to manage a single zone. That might be easier and less complicated than having two zones. Because what doesn't come through in a lot of the papers that have been currently written are associated with three of our other strategies. One of them is obviously Kaipakai, which has been mentioned. One that hasn't been mentioned is the improvement in productivity of land that's going to be irrigated under the Te Tauparau Water Trust, which is going to probably require smaller land sizing. And the third one, of course, is directly impinges on the government's policy on carbon farming with plantation forests. And I think that's an issue that we'll probably get into in our next discussion. But, you know, is it easier to manage all those initiatives with a single zone or with two zones? And that's something that I'm not sure on. I'm just.
Well, perhaps the expert sitting in front of us can answer that.
In my opinion, oh, sorry. So from my perspective, it would be more complex and difficult to do it through a single zone rather than two zones.
Yeah.
Be more focused with your objectives and policies. I think that was the question, Councillor you asked. The consenting side of things, you know, you pointed out the economics that happened, but I think in terms of the reality of the consent process that the resource consents team will go through is that if you've got very directed policies in that rural production side that is about protecting the land. I mean, we haven't put any provisions in about the induced post subdivision, but you'd expect through the process that the applicant's coming to you and saying, yeah, we're going to do this activity, and it could be out the back of Te Kopu where they're going to hook into the new water scheme, and they're going to go small lots for orcharding and that kind of thing, and that is being talked about at the moment. And so I guess if you think about it from the policy perspective, we can be more focused, and that's Jerome saying that it's much easier to handle it from that regulatory side of things, whereas if we have one zone, you've got to kind of make everything fit within that zone, and the policy can be lost sometimes through not being as directive or clear or too stringent in some cases, you know, with the rural, general rural zone, for example, we talked about that one having a slightly different function.
What does our current experience suggest in terms of having the one zone?
So Wendy's going to speak to that shortly, but to give you a couple of key points, so I can direct her to do that.
I'll give you a one-liner that helps, and it's basically just that at the moment there are a couple of policy directions to try and enable flexibility and some specifics, which presumably the policy writers had in mind specifics, such as maybe having smaller sections to allow more productive different uses like orchards, and nothing used against us in the rest of the area where it isn't the same context.
Right.
So we have things that might have had grand ambitions that result in residential. So by having those two different zones, you'd be able to be more specific and not used against you.
Okay. Oh. Thank you. Any more conversation before we move on to the economic side of it? Given that we're not done here, I'm not saying that we're absolutely settled here, but just in terms of building the knowledge.
Going through an iterative process.
We are. So we've had a little bit about it, and now we move on into the economic side. Councillor Last.
Oh, thanks very much. You know, I mean, it's sort of a crossover into the economics, and read what you've written, so there's no point in you having to expand on that, but just before we get into that, I mean, what are we trying to achieve as a council? Like, where are these drivers for productivity coming from as a council with a district plan for our district? I mean, we have a business model that's collect rates and provide services. And so the more revenue that we can collect through rates or more lots in the district, provide more revenue, but of course associated with that is a requirement to provide a higher level of service or more dense service or whatever you want to call it. So, the conversation going on here about is increasing productivity. The productivity of the land doesn't actually come to the council. It's contributing to the GDP of the nation as such, but it's private earnings. So where does our focus on that come from, as opposed to our focus on trying to increase the revenue that we can spend in the district?
I think that might be an answer, best answered by the elected members, because that is that direction.
Well, no, I'm asking an RMA question actually. So, we're coming up with objectives and policies driving towards productivity from land. Where is that coming from for us from an RMA perspective?
An RMA.
So from a you're talking GDP and productive output of the land. That in itself isn't what we're trying to protect. It's the benefits that are associated with that employment, income, what comes back to our whole community.
Yeah.
Now, that's a social benefit. So we're not in itself trying to protect one landholder's income or livelihood or their ability to subdivide.
No.
It's about the whole community, and that at least in my mind, why we're doing this.
For well-beings in the LPA.
But that's fine. I just like land productivity of land isn't inherent. It's what someone does with the land that makes it productive. And I know we've sort of traversed that a little bit in here, but I don't know that we're actually factoring in what comes from the modern environment in terms of land. We have marginal land like farm land that is a lot of that is actually not productive enough to actually make a living out of, and that's one of the drivers why people are subdividing. But I don't know that the economic analysis actually, it talks about the productivity of the land, but what about the productivity of people who live on the land, who are cyber commuting and drawing substantial salaries, which brings money into the district, which contributes to the social and economic well-being of the district as well. The land wasn't really very productive because it was marginal. People come and move in and live on it and then bring money into the district.
And that's why you do see land shifting predominantly from rural uses to residential uses. The economic value that we generate from a residential activity is so much higher than any type of rural. But it's not quite as simple as saying if we don't subdivide this lot, then we wouldn't get that growth. The plan that's been put forward will allow that growth to still be accommodated, but in other locations. So you're still getting those cyber commuters. You're potentially, in my view, getting more payers based on my analysis. So if we restrict potentially the activity further out in the rural area and try and have it in a location that is better suited, then you would get potentially more ratepayers. They share the burden, and that's what I will talk about in a minute. But
I'm just coming from the figures that we had presented previously, which was that the rural lifestyle zone as a percentage of the draft plan area is 0.87%, whereas the combined general rural and production zone is 78% of the district. So it's a very small portion of our district that's being confined for that much more productive use of the land.
And that's the same across all TAs across the whole country, you'll find that there's a very small portion of, even Auckland, a small portion of your land area used for residential values. And that's where most of your economic value is generated, in cities. That's what generates the wealth in most economies. But that's not to say that that small portion of the land can't still accommodate the people that we expect to live in the area. And so we've looked at the amount of demand that is expected for the district. We've looked at the amount of supply of land that's available in that I can't remember the exact number, percent of the land. And we believe that there is enough capacity to accommodate that growth. You'll still get those cyber commuters.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Beresford.
Thank you. Can I ask, is this public excluded? No, okay, correct. Can I test your proposition? Please, thank you. So from my knowledge, the growers that I know, are finding that the layer upon layer of compliance and freight and that they're actually being squeezed. Let's just say the middle person. They're being squeezed, and I'm challenging that smaller 10, am I allowed to say the proposed lot size? Yes. The proposed discretionary 10 hectares in the rural production zone. I would like to test that with the economies of scale from my anecdotal and personal knowledge of, health and safety and food production, compliance issues and all of these things. Is it really, really going to be economically viable for smaller growers on 10 hectares to produce kiwi fruit?
So I suppose there's
such a thing.
There's a range of activities that you could undertake on 10 hectares land. Some of it wouldn't be productive enough.
Right.
Some of it will. I'm not going to go into the detail of every single type of land use that's available, but the way that the plan is structured, and my understanding is that it's 20 hectares that is controlled, and then 10 is discretionary,
yes.
Which means that there's more control around the council allowing the 10 to happen. So if it feels that this proposed subdivision wouldn't be productive, then they can put some restrictions in place or deny it, is my understanding. Whereas with the 20, there's not that level of restriction. So let's say someone comes ahead and says, okay, I want to do a dairy farm on 10 hectares of land. We all know that's impossible. So
it's not actually. I mean,
it's not productive.
In South America. It depends on the price of milk you're going to pay for. But let's also talk about, so my question was, is this idea for the 10 hectares a benefit for the council as the receiver of rates, or for the individual consumer in terms of choice of living environments, or should we privilege the issue of food security and food production? And if we are, with this direction from the policy instrument coming from above, shouldn't we raise that to the highest order and say, does this discretionary mechanism that we're proposing actually be counterfactual to the production of food, affordable food? Because if we're not getting enough production, we're going to be having to import it.
See, I think you don't want to be too restrictive in what you do in any zone. We're talking 10-year time period here. There might be new types of activities that come forward that would be productive in that land. We don't know what they are today. So you want to allow some flexibility in what can happen in these zones and not disallow, you want legitimate agricultural activity to occur. And if someone came forward and said, I do need 10 hectares on my salmon farm or whatever it is you could do, making that up, you want to still be able to allow that to occur.
And then through the chair, one final question. So you pointed that council could have effect on its, or influence this decision to get the outcome it wants in terms of production protection. The process by which council may affect that sort of influence, am I right that that would be in the selection of commissioners that sit on the resource consent hearing that are experts in productive land capability, for example? How can I be assured as a decision maker today that the decision makers for this matter will be those that actually know something about the topic?
Yeah, I think through you, Madam Chair. I mean, just remember we've got to draw a line in the sand somewhere for the exposure draft. So what we've recommended is a recommendation subject to today's discussion. And then going forward, it will be tested with the community in the first round through the draft. It might look different when we bring it back to you. It could be that people think that that is not acceptable, and then we have to go back to our rationale as part of the section 32. Land on a place that we feel that the community have given us direction at the time we notify. And then beyond that, it is in the hands of the commissioners, as you say, Councillor, in terms of they will be guided by the same factors that we've looked at. So the MPSHPL should have landed by then and have, the RPS may have changed by then as well. So the book bag is constantly shifting, but I guess the point is that we won't know what that end product looks like, but the commissioners it'll be in the hands the same as your decision today to make the best outcome to serve the needs of Kaipara for the next 10 years. And then you go through the appeal phase. So it could look different by the time this is actually implemented. So
absolutely,
I can assure you we'll talk about today manage through this process. But we draw that line in the sand somewhere and make a start. So what we've put as far as the exposure draft today is really our best recommendations based on all of these factors. And you pointed out those points you made about considerations, health and safety, use of land, and all those drivers. They will get wrapped up into our section 32 report. So we look at economic, we look at social, we look at all well-beings effectively, which is what we need to do under the RMA to satisfy that section 32. So it's not one thing, it's not just about revenue, but I think the decision needs to be how we grow a better Kaipara in the way that you as elected members want to, in a way that's going to hopefully place encouragement on people to move to Kaipara, but at the same time protecting those valuable resources that we don't want to lose over the next 10, 20, 30 years and beyond. So it's not just about the short term here, it's about protecting the rural zones for the long term.
Councillor Wethy. Councillor Wethy.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I've got no real problem with the suggestion that you can go down with discretion to lower subdivision areas in the rural production line, which is generally the more highly productive land. And I think we need to have some discretion there, because on the figures that have been presented here, we've already seen that in other neighbouring districts that our, kiwi fruit orchards, for example, can be quite economically viable at down to 7 hectares. So we don't want to be too rigid in stopping people, particularly when we're looking at the Te Tautokara Water Trust irrigation plans along the west coastline. Now that could be filled with kiwi fruit or avocados and what have you, and we don't want to exclude them because we've got a rigid subdivision, criteria that they don't need to necessarily meet to be economically viable. But what I'm really interested in your comments on is in the general rural zone, which is largely less productive land, and that's the majority of land in the Kaipara. Just looking at the figures here, you've got sheep and beef returns, post-tax returns, dollars per hectare, $190 per hectare per annum. Now, if you take for example, a farmer who's got a sheep and beef farm, he's averaging about 190, 200 bucks a hectare per year. And we're saying you cannot subdivise less than 20 hectares. Now, he could rightly come up with a proposal saying, listen, I've got some townies who want to have, 8, 10 hectares because their kids want to have a horse and a few goats and they want a bit of a lifestyle. They're not interested in economically farming it. So what are we going to do? We give them a 10 hectare block. We forego 190 times 10. That's $1,900 worth of GDP per annum coming into Kaipara. Now, that family, when they come in, because the old man's running his business from home, is going to be bringing more than that in for a start. So we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot if we prevent that sort of activity coming in, because it also gives us, from a council point of view, more rating revenue. Now we've got 2 titles to rate on that particular land. But more importantly, that farmer could actually do 2 10 hectare blocks. It's not going to make virtually any difference to his annual returns. 2 times 109, $2,000, $4,000 a year of return. That's negligible. Probably covers his wine bill for the year. But he could actually sell that significantly more than that. He could get 10 years, 20 years returns. It's only $38,000 on that basis per 10 hectare block. So what I'm saying, I just think that sometimes you're looking at these, solely looking at on a production basis for the typical rural production. But if you look at it on a different, sort of outside the traditional square, if I was looking at it from a commercial point of view, I could make an argument quite clearly, sort of along the lines I'm talking about, which would benefit not only council in terms of its rating revenue, but also the GDP growth within the district by allowing some of that less productive land to be split up a lot less than the 20 hectares you're proposing. And that's why I really do struggle with that requirement, because I think you're only putting that requirement in there based on it if it's going to be an economic unit for a farm. Well, there are other ways of using that land to still improve GDP growth, council revenue, more people in the district, and a whole lot of other economic indicators that we focus on, not just a few selected economic indicators.
I take your point. Any individual farmer, if they subdivide their land, they would make a lot of money out of selling it on as lots. And from his private situation and the person he sells it on to, their private situation, they are better off. But from a social point of view, as a society, we will be worse off. Now, the issue here really is that while you can subdivide your land for that bigger lot for someone to have their horse on it, as you're saying, that doesn't mean that that lot wouldn't have occurred somewhere else in the district. The design of the district plan is enabling enough small lots in areas which are better suited for that growth, closer into towns and urban areas. So it's not like you're losing that development of that house. So that person who would have bought that piece of land, bought their horse there and lived on it, they could buy and build down further in a different district, a different part of the district, with a smaller bit of land and still have their horse, and we still get that extra ratepayer. So that the overall situation is still the same, but we still have that rural production. And that's what, Madam Chair, I was going to talk to in my slides, and I feel like we're kind of...
Can we get to them?
Yeah, can I do my slides?
Go.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes. We need to get to those economic slides, and I think we need to go through that process, and then we're not done with this, we're coming back, but I think we need to let that information come onto the table.
Yes, please.
So through you, I think on Councillor Webby's point though, we will talk this afternoon about the multiple package of subdivision options. So it's not just about the 20 hectare and the 10 that we're talking about right now. We do have an opportunity to talk you through the multiple options that are going to be available to rural landowners.
So that's not to say that the sheep farmer can't subdivide off a section for.
Yeah, but there might be a number of options other than just the rural we've been talking about.
Okay, let's get the economic slides.
Can I just,
Yeah, so.
I know you said we can come, can I just don't do the economics, just to do with what we were talking about, please.
Okay.
There's an interesting, point raised behind me, regarding unintended consequences of the more intense subdivision opportunities in the production. And I'm going to use an example without being too specific. Out on the coast and between that Glen Scully and Bailey's Beach, there's quite a desirable lifestyle area out there, which has been identified as potentially horticultural outcomes. But I know from observation that a number of farmers out there have taken advantage of the ability to subdivide more intensely with no intention of selling that to rural income. It's been sold to people to put their horses on, and by the nature of its better quality soil and that, it actually just is allowing that to take place, and it's almost an unintended consequence that we've actually allowed the intensive subdivision in the areas which are lifestyle desirable, which is allowing them to go in and buy it as opposed to targeting whatever we were aspiring to, which with regard to productive outcomes. So this is and it's actually happening now, and there's specific subdivisions out there along that Mahuta Road and that have taken place with that goal in mind, and they're being targeted to those buyers. How are we going to, it's almost like a reverse of what we're trying to achieve here, which is to protect that land to be used to generate an income to benefit the community and the individual. How can we stop in this process? How can we stop that unintended consequence that our best land will actually end up being more intensely developed?
Yes, that's kind of what we're trying to do here.
So, yeah.
No, it's not, because we're so, sorry, big pardon.
Just remember, the operative plan is still the operative plan until we get this thing across the line in terms of notified and then a decisions version. So what's happening at the moment is unfortunately going to potentially continue to happen for years. That's why we need to accelerate this district plan to try and get a decision out the door so that we can have the opportunity to do better in this space. Because remember, subdivision also has an 8-year lifespan. So it's not just from the time that the developer gets their consent in hand, you'll know that it's from the time they get their 24C approved and stamped by council. So we might even see the consequences for many years to come, even after these rules have effect. So,
no, sorry, I'll rephrase my question, but it's on this topic, it's away from the economics. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. It's just a case of, never mind whether it's under the operation or the new one, because they're basically going to be similar in that regard to allow increased intensification on the best land.
No, you won't be those pathways in the post.
Well, it's 10 hectares or whatever, which will benefit.
I think we hear your concern, and we've got lots more to go on.
But that will allow those people to buy there, as opposed to trying to push them into an area where they're going to use land that's not necessarily productive in any other way. That was the point I was trying to get to.
I think we hear your concern, we'll come back to it, but councillor Larson.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
I think the answer is there. I mean, we've got this land use capability mapping. The land classes 1 to 3 are the ones that are coming under the national policy statement. We've already got existing mapping of it all that effectively provides an overlay which tells us where that productive land is. We use those maps by reference or as an overlay. It tells you where that productive land is, and then you can apply policies and objectives to that and have rules associated with it if you want to subdivide in those areas of protecting the productive land. It's already all identified, and you're also then allowing a more permissive arrangement on land that isn't productive, that is better used for conservation or retirement and lifestyle and stuff like that. So there is a way forward with that, but
okay.
Thank you.
So we've got someone definitely in the camp of one rural zone. Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, yes or no, but we have the mapping,
Yes.
know which land is,
And I think,
that we know what we're going to be captured with nationally. So it's actually quite an easy path forward, and that may come through this process, but
okay,
we could
let's
go out with it.
comments and add another sort of bucket of information into this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors. If I can stand up and present. Probably all got slides with you, but.
Yep.
Hard to see this sort of scale.
Yeah, we'll follow on screens.
On screen. So, I've been tasked with providing IPRA with economic advice on various topics around this plan review. And one important aspect of that was around the residential and urban zones, about how much demand and supply of those particular zones. So that's kind of relevant to this topic, but just so you know, I have also looked at demand for other zones as well. So in terms of the economic creation around the rural, it's pretty clear. You know, there is a fundamental principle in economics that markets are only efficient if there is no externalities in the market. Now, an externality is something where there's a cost or a benefit that doesn't flow to the buyer or the seller of the particular question.
So they can be positive and negative, can't they?
Yep. So benefit or cost. In this case, there are benefits as well, and that's around having more people in your community, which I think several of you have raised. So there are externalities associated with subdivision, and in this case, that means that there's going to be a market failure, which then means that society bears a loss. So you can't see it in here, and when you look at your slides, you'll see there's a triangle here, which is the welfare loss that community would receive if the free market was allowed to operate. So if a owner of land was able to subdivide as they might and sell it to a private person, there would be a loss. Now, that's standard economic theory. So how do we go about mitigating this issue? Most councils have put in place a set of rules to manage the size of a large lot subdivision to ensure that rural production still occurs. And they basically shift the supply curve. I won't go into the detail, but it means that the quantity of subdivisions reduces for those large lots. They then tend to pair that policy with a policy of allowing enough subdivision in smaller lots so that you don't lose any economic benefits from having a large community, if you like. So that's what I was talking about before, when I was talking about the person with the horse who moves into the 10-hectare lot. If we can put them into a 2-hectare lot, we've saved 8 hectares as an example. Obviously, there'll be differences in the productivity between the land, but that's the concept. So that pairing of those two policies is very important. Slide. We're going too fast, too slow?
No.
So what have I done? I've looked at one of the externalities of the rural subdivision, and that's around the rural production. So is rural production important in Kaipara? You all know the answer to that. It's huge. I'm not going to go into the numbers other than to say 40% at least of your economy, 40% of your citizens, your voters are working in this area. It's very important for you. So then going on to what is the scale of the potential impact between the different policy options. So we've tested the 4 policy options, which you can't read from here, and I can't even read from here. That's very simple.
Yeah.
We can.
Got it here.
We can read them here. Operative, exposure draft, initial draft, and compact.
Yeah. So the operative district plan, it's obvious that's what's currently occurring. So this would be I think it's GDP, the value that economists generally use in terms of the economy. and then the employment loss, so the amount of jobs that will be lost as a result. So what we see here is that under each of the scenarios, or each of the policy options, you reduce the amount of rural reduction. So all of them will have a negative impact. There's just no way around that. But what we can see here is that the operative district plan is by far larger than the three other alternatives. You get a significant increase in rural reduction shifting towards the orange line, which is the exposure draft. That's that shift there. If you then shift it again to the initial draft, you would get it's not as significant, but it is still important amount of additional economic activity. And then shifting down to the compact, you would get more again, but it's not as large.
So just for clarity, the initial draft was when we talked about a minimum lot 40.
Yeah.
In general rural. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the compact is just one that I've designed.
Is that a question?
He's answering the question, don't worry.
Cool.
I've designed myself because I wanted to give you an understanding of the kind of the gradation of what you're getting. So, for example, if you chose to go for some policy between here and here, and then I wanted to give you an understanding of it tails off. So there's not much benefit in trying to go further than really the initial. Next slide. Carry on. I have not muted other types of externalities.
So when you said the compact option that you designed, how much, what hectare amount would be in the general rural? If 40 was in the initial draft and then we reduced it to 20, what did you envisage for compact?
I can't remember.
Would it be like 60?
Something there.
So that's just okay.
Yeah, 50 general, 30 rural production.
And then smaller, so the smaller lot sizes for the smaller rural subdivision plan as well.
Thank you, Chair. So you just said that you didn't look at any other externalities except production. So you didn't take into account, for example, social dislocation of our primary schools and that have to close with falling rolls and things like those things that rural communities hold dear. None of those have been taken into account in this analysis?
So I've looked at the amount of demand in terms of how many households would be located in the rural zones, but I haven't looked at it spatially through the district. So let's say, what I think you're suggesting is that potentially if you move to the compact as an example, your community in the northern part of the district declines, say, that the school rolls. I haven't looked at that, no. And so, that's something I could look at. I wouldn't imagine it will be too much different. We're talking very few subdivisions in the northern part of your district and also in those bigger lot sizes, which I'll cover in a minute. But really the demand that you're seeing in your district is for the smaller lot sizes. And they are predominantly in the southern part of your district. So this change in the zone will reduce some of that demand in the north. But it won't be, we're not talking hundreds of households. We're talking.
You mean reduce demand or reduce supply and?
It would reduce demand and supply. It's a market outcome. Market has, that it meets where the demand has equal outcome as a supply.
Yes. That sort of doesn't answer you've taken a financial, or in this case, production, which is the basis of financial outcomes. But there are, and those areas I mentioned aren't north, they're actually east of the area that Tangaroa is the boundary between Whangarei and Darwell, for example. It's those small primary schools, we're losing them and the associated sports complexes as people are leaving the area. One of the things I didn't notice in analysis, which is a significant change in Kaipara, is the significant amount of land that's going into forestry. And that's going to happen at the moment. It's huge, and I'm involved with a number of those projects. What's going to happen to those farm workers and that they're going to leave the areas? It hasn't been put into this analysis, but it's quite significant and it's happening to within 15 k's of Dargle.
We're seeing that across New Zealand at the moment. Really, there is a shift from some non-viable rural production to forestry, and a reduction of the amount of.
So what is?
And that is something that you cannot affect with your policy. That's something set.
I understand you can't affect it, but we can help minimise the consequence for a loss of the rural population.
Yeah, so I think I've answered your question, which was that I haven't calculated it, but I would imagine that it would be a negative impact on your community in the north. There would be a reduction in the potential number of people living there, but we're not talking large numbers.
When you, I'm sorry, I will challenge that because the Kaipara district itself, specifically the Kaipara, is being targeted by the forestry because it's within 100 kilometres of the port, and it is more than any other area in Northland that's been targeted by the large overseas investors.
So we're talking specifically about carbon farming here.
Sorry?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the talking about production because of the 100 kilometres to the port allows them economic access to harvest.
I mean, we can have a conversation about forestry, but I'm just raising it because the government is proposing changes to the ES on forestry to capture.
But that's on carbon, that's not forest production.
But the incentive to keep converting farmland into forestry is going to decline when the government.
No, sorry, I disagree with that when the carbon price is $75 a tonne and it makes any sheep and beef farming.
The government is intending to drop that.
The government, this is just what the government's proposing to remove permanent forest from the ETS to take away that financial incentive and also to regulate permanent forestry through changes to the ES on plantation forestry.
Sorry, say that last sentence again?
Yeah,
So the two changes. One is removing the permanent forestry category from the ETS to take away the financial incentive. There was a discussion.
Take away pine trees, exotics, not permanent trees, exotics, yes.
And so.
Which takes away the fast track forestry approval and by the OIO, yes.
Then changes to the ES on plantation forestry, which just manages plantation forestry to also capture permanent forestry.
Sorry, it's a mark, but
so the NS on plantation forestry.
Okay, I'll speak to specifics. One corporation at the moment are buying at least 3 sheep and beef farms in the Kaipara. Craigmore, who's Sustainables, who's one of the largest in New Zealand, is in the process of buying half a dozen farms today in the Kaipara. New Forests, which is the 3rd biggest landowner in New Zealand, now forest landowner, is right at this moment on the cusp of signing off 4,000 hectares of farmland to go into forestry in the Kaipara. Those are 3 of the biggest punters in forestry, and all 3 of them are actively working, and I know the buyers for all 3 companies. So there's no slowdown. I'm sorry, but I'm just bringing that up because it does have consequences for our rural population.
Yeah.
And
I guess the point, David, is that we can't stop that right now. The government has regulation that is going to come in and assist with this. And so my question to you, Catherine, is there anything in our district plan that we can do to address the sort of rampant pine forest?
In terms of plantation forestry?
Yeah. And or is that something that sits right outside and?
I think Jerome's kind of answered that question for us because we're in the space of waiting now for regulation to change. Generally councils, we turn an eye to the NES for the plantation forestry as it is anyway, because we can't replicate the rules that are in there at the moment. So we haven't, Jerome, you probably know what we put in the
we could, there's nothing in the plantation forestry because that's managed through the ES, and you can't have you can have more stringent rules, but only in specific circumstances.
Right.
You could introduce through district plan controls on permanent forestry, potentially, but that would most likely be superseded through the changes the government has proposed.
Yeah, so
this has gone off on a different track. If they're planning on 6 and 7, then they're going to, as a right, have access. The council won't be able to stop that unless there's a policy change. What I meant more is the consequences of that taking place is that there's a dislocation coming of our rural community, will this draft plan allow for that? Because I raised that, you mentioned externalities, I don't want to stay on it, but you talked about production, which is an economic outcome. I'm talking about the social outcomes, which is your primary schools and your local little shops and stuff like that, and your clubs.
Are you actually wanting the plan?
If the draft plan stays at the 20 hectares, will that stop the forestry companies from cutting those little blocks off? Because to date, a lot of them are cutting them off smaller than that, or getting through the process. And that's been allowed to take place, which is fair. Please don't, this is not a criticism. It's just an observation that because at some point there's a benchmark between the $15,000 a hectare that they can get for that land, putting in trees, or they pay for it, versus selling it with a house attached to allow a family to remain in that area.
So if we went to the initial proposal, which was 40 hectares, would that impact on?
Well, yeah, if you're a forestry company, you just knock the house over or relocate it to Auckland, to be blunt.
But if we had the 40 hectares as a minimum lot size, is that what you asked? Is that what you're?
No, I'm just saying, even at 20 hectares, we may put at risk them choosing to leave those houses there and allow people to live there.
Right.
That's all.
I mean, sorry.
So councillor Larson.
Yeah, I would, you know, it's good to have the conversation and I don't want to hold it up, but I think that is quite an important point that is emerging through this conversation about the forestry, in that we can't do a proper cost benefit analysis by analysing one or two externalities, negative externalities, and then ignoring other positive externalities or unforeseen negative externalities. And, you know, you go and allow someone to create 3 or 4 lots in one of these places like Tangawahine that are smaller lots that there's market demand for, like a couple of hectares. And the farming revenue, which Councillor Webby's already alluded to, is inconsequential. If there's cyber commuters that want to live in a private location, they're going to bring in significant revenue through salary off that piece of land, which is still revenue from that land, much in excess of what is being got from marginal farming. And then you also have the revenue that can be generated by the landowner from subdividing, which we've seen the figures on that, and they're much more substantial than they could earn in a lifetime of farming it. So those need to be added onto the other side of the ledger as positive externalities. And when you look at the numbers of properties in the district, and there's nearly 9,000 lots that are rural production and general rural. If you take out the rural production completely, you've still got 6,500 in general rural. You then go and multiply those figures and say, well, if each of those properties produced a couple of lifestyle blocks each, and then multiply that by the revenue that they can generate from salaried cyber commuters and land sale, then I think that you're going to throw an enormous amount of positive externalities onto the social and economic side of it.
If you could respond to that, yep.
Yeah, so again, that comes back to my point before, is that you pair these policies, don't you? And that's what every other council does around the country as well. They pair them. They don't want to reduce the chance of having these cyber workers, and they don't want to reduce the chance of having that house built and the sale of that land. There will be a sale somewhere in your community that will allow that to occur. There is enough supply, and the number that you're talking about is the total number. That's a theoretical, you know, we're talking hundreds of years before that would even be subdivided. Yes. So, you know, if that did happen, you don't have any rural production in the whole area now.
So you're,
no, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about small things being taken off on those blocks. But what the point I'm trying to get to is that from a justification from the ratepayers' perspective, we've got, what have we got, about 18,000 ratepayers now? And you've got, you know, nearly 9,000 in that area of rural production and general rural, or 6,500 in general rural. You know, even on those figures, a third of our ratepayers don't get to exercise that opportunity to actually do a viable subdivision, except for, you know, a large lot or quite a restrictive environmental benefit.
I guess the point that has been made, I'm losing track whether we've made it in the room or whether it's through the papers, but the demand is not really there for that level of rural subdivision. The demand is there on the periphery of our urban areas.
And I'm talking about the opportunity for ratepayers to exercise that option. I'm not saying that every area is going to exercise that option, but they won't have the opportunity to.
So I guess our question is, are we, from a council point of view, are we better to encourage the development, which we know there is a demand, so we're encouraging that demand closer into our urban areas where it's easier to service? Or do we not do that and just let it happen anywhere, given that it's more likely to happen close to our rural areas anyway? So this is, it's sort of,
Sorry, Chair.
it does come to a sort of principled point of view here.
Sorry,
I'll go with councillor Delavaris Woodcock first, because she's been so.
Yes, I'd like to comment that the issue of permissive subdivision in the general rural zone is going to create reverse sensitivities, which are going to push back against production even further, because we cannot stop human beings being human. And if they've chosen to get away from it all in a place like, say, let's use Tangawahine, because that's still very rural, and be cyber workers, and then, you know, the maize harvesting noise is aggravating, and there's just, it's incremental pressures that will be received by the council via these ratepayers to actually disincentivize that rural production. So we're getting away from what we're actually trying to achieve with this district plan, which is to future-proof. And I know this is only 10 years, but we're beginning a trend, or you know, things evolve, and patterns of human behaviour sociologically, we change, and that's what government is about. And local government as government is actually going, no, we have to use controls, because we have to protect our people from for issue. You know, we have to enable our people to be able to afford to eat food grown locally, because otherwise we are an island nation if we're going to have to import everything with fuel. So I'm asking our council to think beyond the 10-year limit of this district plan, and think of what's happening in the global situation, and how we can be, I'll use the word resilient, although it's misused, but that's kind of what I feel we're doing here. Over to you.
I'm sorry, we've got councillor Wills.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back to the statement you made, because it was actually relevant to the comment you just made about it focusing on our urban areas or our town areas. From Tangawahine East, which is a big chunk of the district, it's not Dargaville focused, it's Whangarei focused. And I can speak from personal experience in that regard, that I've got a farm over there on that boundary, and I have probably half a dozen or more 4-hectare neighbours, unfortunately, and they commute to Whangarei to work, because it's between 30 and 40-minute drive. So there's a whole part of our district that's not actually looking at Dargaville or Mangawhai in any regard. I just wanted to.
500 people a day.
And I mean, it's not just the cyber people. I mean, I'm leaving this meeting to drive down to Auckland for a meeting this afternoon. We're mobile now, and I'm just, the point raised about it being centric to our towns or our villages. There's a big part of our community that actually doesn't relate in its work to Dargaville. It actually relates to Whangarei, to the other side. And I just wanted to raise that there's a whole belt there now that's unobserved of farms that have been cut, or houses that have been cut off, that don't ever drive to Dargaville, hardly ever, because it's exactly the same distance to go to a city as opposed to a town. And I just wanted to mention that, because it's a perception that we're building this model as if we're a cut off little part of the world with our own little universe. Yeah. But we're not.
But we're not, no, absolutely not. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really interesting conversations. I hope we get to go home today. I just want to push back. I just want to push back against this idea of allowing subdivision happening in random places in rural areas, because as a authority, as a local authority, we would then have to be increasing our services. We would be if we ended up with a new settlement cropping up, say, of a few houses up a road that had a certain degree of maintenance because it was hardly ever used, we would then have to increase our maintenance on that road, we'd have to increase our rubbish collections, etc., etc. And I just see that as really bad planning. So I'm not speaking to our economic officers. I think we're all on the same page, but some of the other people in the room, I think the economic benefits of one or two people do not outweigh the social benefits of an entire community. And our job is to look forward and to plan for the future, not just for today. So anyway, can we get on with the presentation?
Yes. Carry on your presentation, that would be great.
Next slide. So now going on to the supply of rural subdivision lots, I'll just go through it quickly. So basically, there is enough supply and more than enough supply to meet demand. Analyse that. In terms of, is the subdivision commercially viable? We've looked at the range of costs that are associated with subdivision. Won't go through them, and then what you could sell the lot for. Do you make a profit? The answer is yes. So subdivision is broadly profitable. So in terms of supply, plan provides enough supply of lots to meet that cyber commuter's demand. As an example, the person with the horse who wants to there is enough supply and it is commercially viable. Slide please. So then looking at from the demand side, what does the data tell us? The data tells us that broadly most of the demand sits down in the southern part of the district of Iwaka as well, and those lots, smaller sized lots, around about half size or lower. Now, in terms of the quantum of demand, there is a demand for approximately 100 residential dwellings in these. It's less than that, but let's just use that number. So 100 times 10 years gives you roughly 1,000 subdivisions over the lifetime of the district plan. And if we went back to the last slide, you would see that there was nearly 10,000 opportunities. So there's more than enough supply to meet that demand.
Could you just clarify, how did you establish that demand level?
So we looked at the subdivision back to, and then we've also looked at building consents back to 1996 as well, by location. We've also looked at other data sources, population households. We can't get an exact number because the data that's available doesn't give us a link between subdivision and house getting put on it. So we can't say that lot was subdivided and a house put on it. So that's why I can only say around 100. I think it's lower than that. It's probably, let's say 80.
But you're relating the number of new lots created that end up and the number of building consents issued in that area.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
As indicators of demand.
It's triangulated, but none of them.
Cool.
Madam Chair, just on that little bit, see, most of the stuff, and reading through all the papers that we got to pre-read, it's all based on historic fact. And I know that's the easiest way to try and predict the future is to look at history and extrapolate. But that's fine when most of the drivers are all reasonably constant. Because what we're looking at here is doing a district plan for the next 10 years. We're just coming out of an extraordinary period of the last 2 years, which is going to have ramifications throughout that 10-year future, which have not been replicated in the history that you've been looking at. When you think about what's happening down in Auckland, we are a recipient, we're on the border of the biggest urban area in the country we're seeing a flight out of Auckland going both north and south. And we're a prime area to capture that, which will be the benefit in terms of growing the rate base, growing the ability to do more infrastructure, growing all the whole range of things. So what I'm really saying is, have you factored in the fact that we're not just looking at the history of the last 10 or 20 years, we're looking at an abnormal next 10 years. How do you put in another fudge factor, if you like, into that to take into account what's going to happen?
That's a good question. And so with all economic modelling, we use assumptions to develop the model. There's just no way of forecasting the future without it. The way we tend to do it is either we be very conservative, and that's what I'm doing in this case. I think it's actually well lower than 100. That's why I was higher. I've used 100, which is one way of dealing with that uncertainty. Go higher than you expect. The council should always be a bit more conservative in that respect, allow for more growth. That way it knows it can. So 100 times 10 gives you 1,000, right? And the last slide we had the capacity of whatever it was, let's call it 7,000 or 8,000. 7,000 versus 7,000 or 8,000. We're talking 8 times more supply than what there is at the moment. So that gives us confidence that even if I'm out by 8 times, which I don't think is likely, we're still got enough supply. So that's one way of dealing with it. The other way of dealing with it is we've also, as I discussed earlier, we've been dealing with the urban zoning and demand assessments as well. So there's another set of conservativeness in that assessments as well. There's more supply in the urban areas than you need for the demand. So that's the answer to your question. Okay, maybe my 100 is wrong. Hey, it's 200, like you say. Still got to.
Do you comfort, Hugo? Okay, cool. Just carry on.
Actually, there's one thing.
Oh, sorry.
So this last section, I'll just go through it quickly. Basically, we looked at the structure of the demand. And to do that, we looked at the sales data of the period. And so that shows us that a lot of items tends to decrease rapidly. And comparing 20 hectares to 2 hectares, about 10% difference. Now, the reason we looked at that information is to understand what is the preference shift or the demand structure in each community. And when we do that, we can then say, we consider that based on the information that if you have a shift to this policy, you'll reduce some subdivision of the large lots. You'll actually induce more demand for the small lots. Drop down a little bit here, up a bit here. Net result is you'll actually have more cyber commuters and more people living in the city. That's based on the information we have. It's not going to be a massive shift in our mind, but it's still minimal.
Could you just back up and repeat that again? I'm just processing it.
Yeah, so
So you're saying that by making more smaller lots available in the targeted areas through rural lifestyle and settlement zone stuff that will appeal, at the same time as making small blocks in the general rural zone less available, it would there'd be a net increase in the number of.
Yes, yeah, so.
I suppose from my perspective, does it have to be either or? Why not and?
Sorry, I think it is and. So you're reducing the amounts of subdivision in the rural lots as a result of this option. You can't now subdivide down to a smaller lot as of right, whereas you're allowed to subdivide more in the the rural subdivision areas. There's more opportunity there. Now, what tends to happen there is that because of this relationship and the prices, you're actually able to move from a more expensive, larger lot that you would have got further out to one of these smaller lots, which is actually, although it's more expensive per hectare, it's less compared to that larger lot. So the preference shift results in,
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah, no, you are. I get you. Thank you.
Preference shift might also be though, like there'll be people who would really appreciate the opportunity to be relatively close to a settlement but not in it. Which would be me at my age. And then there are those who might prefer a smaller block but in a relatively remote location as well. And I guess I'm keen for people to have choices, not just in terms of what the landowner does in terms of them having the opportunity to subdivide, but it's also providing people the opportunity to live the rural lifestyle and on a smaller block that they don't have to commit themselves to buying 20 hectares, which I'd see very little demand, even 10 hectares, if it was for lifestyle purposes. I have some anecdotes I could relate since I'm trying to sell one of those at the moment.
This is a bit of a contest, but I'll just say, through the chair, Madam Chair, if I may, that those smaller blocks, if you permit that in these general rural areas, you're going to lose that remote location. There won't be remote locations anymore. There'll just be broad scale subdivision.
Actually, that's where I'm thinking ahead to more perhaps to get the balance is to tee up the exceptions to the general minimum lot size so that it's.
I'm going to suggest that, well, I think are we almost at the end? We've got one more slide on your presentation, is that?
No, I don't really cover the last slide. It's just.
Yeah. Because what I'm going to suggest is that there's been a lot of information, a lot of discussion, and that this might be a good time to break for lunch and then come back to actually dig into subdivisions and the rules around that. And then when we've got the whole picture, we go back in and we say, okay, are we comfortable? Are we not? Yeah, and given that not everyone's going to get what they want out of this. But
Madam Chair, I think that's going to give us another circular kind of thing. I think. We're not making decisions here, but.
No, we're not, but what I'm thinking is that we're building layers of understanding.
It's a virtuous cycle.
Yeah, to make a decision about zones now, not that we're making decisions, but to sort of come to a position where we're sort of like in or out on two rural zones. I don't think we've got everything we need to know because until we understand what the options are around subdivision, then we don't know whether two rural zones actually works or not.
Yeah.
So I'm going to suggest that we just keep it live in your head. Don't land on anything too firmly yet. Let's have a break, have some lunch, and then come back and do the subdivisions and then talk about it as a whole. Okay?
Okay.
Right, so we will do, is 20 minutes okay for lunch?
We go down the road and get a pint.
All right. So that is back at, let's say past.
Hi. Mark, to instance.
question to ask.
You could never.
Right.
Advice.
No. Because I have a brother who.
Okay, so Catherine, I think we're going to look at the rural subdivision proposed rules or draft rules. I'll use the right word there. So if you can lead us off, that'd be great.
Yep. Thank you, everybody. So this slide I've got is just really the questions that we want to try and resolve today from.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
So do you want me to go through them, Madam Chair? Or?
Yes. Yep. But let's not try and answer them right now.
No. So just to set the context.
Okay, that's great.
From this afternoon.
Yeah.
So the first question there are the multiple options for pathways for rural subdivision included in the exposure draft sufficient, and if not, what's missing. So I will spend a bit of time just talking about what we've put to you and to discuss whether there's other things that you would like us to take away. The second point there is the minimum lot size discussion for the general subdivision zone and general rural zone and the rural production zones. So we've already talked a little bit about them this morning. And then the third point there is appropriate activity status. So that's been raised this morning as well. So we just want to discuss what your thinking is for the rural production and the general rural zone as well. The fourth one is on the environmental benefit subdivision. So should the minimum thresholds for significant Indigenous vegetation or habitat be legally protected in order to qualify for the subdivision be changed? So that's talking about the qualifying table there. So I'll talk through that a bit later. And point 5 is about the clear and ecological report being provided with the environmental benefit subdivision. And 6 is whether the 20 hectare, which was taken from the other rules, be used as a balance to the environmental benefit subdivision provisions there. So 6 kind of key points. So it's going to be a bit of content to cover, but we'll try and go for it, allow as much time for you to discuss those points as possible. So we'll try and speed through our presentation. Granted, you've had the.
We've all had a look at it, but yeah, if you can flick through it, that'd be good.
So I'm just going to start with this table, which was what we had prepared for the April briefing, which obviously includes the rural lifestyle zone and settlement zone as well. So I won't cover those off, but I'll just dive into the rural production zone again, which is what we've talked about this morning. So we've got a 20 hectare controlled minimum lot size there, and then the 10 hectare discretionary pathway there as well.
Catherine, can you just, for the sake of everyone in the room, because not everyone has done the training on the RMA decision making, talk about controlled discretionary, that hierarchy?
Yes.
I'm not sure that everyone here knows.
Yep. So back to the planning 101 section over a year ago now. So the controlled activity status is the sort of lower threshold here. So permitted activity. Everyone knows what a permitted activity is, I'm assuming. So no consent is required from council. Controlled activity is the next one up. So it still requires a consent from council, but it will be granted. So the RMA states that. And you might have some matters which control is restricted to, but council will generally grant those applications. The next one is a restricted discretionary activity status. So again, it's still likely to be granted, but it's got matters of restricted discretion. So it gives council a bit more rigour to assess what the application is there. And then of course discretionary is full discretion. So in that instance, council may grant or refuse the consent based on the application that's in front of them. And then the hardest test is the non-complying activities. We'll talk some more about that today, and Wendy's going to mention what's happening in that space at the moment with non-complying activities. But that is generally your highest threshold in terms of the current RMA provisions. So it's generally discouraging those types of activities unless there's a real good reason. And so usually council will do a robust assessment of that, and it's got to go through what we call the gateway test of section 104 and 104D. it might fail on the objectives and policies, but the effects might be okay. Or it could be that the effects are not okay, but it does meet policy. You hope that's not the situation. Or it could be that it fails both or passes both. So that's the planning assessment that has to happen with a non-complying activity. So it's just that really robust yeah. And that's where you're really reliant on your objectives and policies. And then prohibited is, can't even go there, can't even apply for a resource consent application. So I'd just like to point out that we have not proposed any prohibited activities for the rural subdivision. So hopefully that helps just give some context.
So are you saying?
Thank you, Madam. Yeah, just a quick question, specifically with regard to the draft orders in the general rural zone, which has got a restricted discretionary activity status. And so part one specifies the sort of criteria, and then part two refers to control is reserved over the following matters. Should it not be that discretion is restricted over the following matters?
In terms of the controlled activity?
No, it's a restricted discretionary activity. So general rural zone subdivision R2, for example, activity status restricted discretionary, and then it says control is reserved. It should say,
yes.
It should say that discretion is restricted over the following matters. Same thing with the next. Same with the next one. Thank you.
Can I ask a funny question? But I'm going to ask, does that mean that a entity could apply to build a nuclear power plant in general rural zone? There are no prohibited activities?
It's a subdivision.
So just subdivision, but so I don't think that we have.
Oh, sorry. I'm not talking about general rural.
Don't think there are any prohibited land use either.
So it would default to discretionary, so activities that are defined, but it would be obviously very unlikely that would be granted.
Yeah, but didn't that used to be one of the prohibited activities? No, nothing, okay, sorry.
But there is a default rule in the land use activity section as well, that if it's not an activity specified, then it defaults to discretionary complying. So it would fit into that, or if there's nothing in the plan, then the default through the Resource Management Act is a discretionary activity.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on, please.
So the other option we've got in the rural production zone is for the environmental benefit lots. So we'll talk about those today. So that the qualifier there is that at the moment you can put up to 3 lots of a hectare in size with that 20 hectare balance, which we'll talk about today as well.
So just for clarity, that means if you've got a piece of land, you can do 3 1 hectares, so long as you've got at least 20 hectares left over.
That's correct, yes.
So if it's environmental benefit.
And then we've also, this is a new provision, so the reserve incentive lot. So you might recall we talked about the Esplanade priority areas, and if you happen to have one of those on your property, you might not be eligible by other mechanisms that enable you to do a subdivision, because obviously there's an incentive for council to acquire the Esplanade reserve or strip, whichever the case may be, in exchange for subdivision. So again, we've used the 1 hectare there as well. We're not anticipating that we'll have huge uptake because the areas are quite limited, but it's another pathway to help us to get some of those Esplanade areas, priority areas. And so with the general rural zone, obviously a point of difference there with the 20 hectare restricted discretionary activity starting point. And then we've got the environmental benefit lots, which is the same provision there as well. And then the reserve incentive lot, which is there. So what I haven't included on there is the other options for subdivision as well, which is provided for the minor boundary adjustments and then the boundary relocation. The key difference between a minor adjustment is that you've got 2 existing titles. Just want to move your boundary over slightly to deal with a fencing issue, or it could be a building that's within somebody's property or something like that. So really minor change, and versus a boundary relocation, which is a lot more major, and it could be that you've got a farm with 5 titles and you want to do some consolidation, move one around a house and one over here. And so you could do that using a boundary relocation mechanism. So I think that's quite an important one to highlight, because it's quite enabling in the way that we've drafted at the moment. And that also enables the landowner to go down to a hectare in size as well if they want to. So that one's quite generous at the moment, but of course you don't create any additional titles with those 2 options. They are just a tool to consolidate land or to basically correct issues. So what's on the table here is really where you're creating additional lots. So this will add new houses and new titles. So
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, that, not the boundary adjustment, the other one.
Oh, the minor boundary?
No, the boundary relocation. Is that, for example, just so I can get this clear in my head, for example, you've got a farming succession, the parents are retiring and want to carve off their house. Is that the tool that they?
If they've got,
Creating an additional lot.
but if they've got 2 titles already.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they would
they can shift it around.
But let's just use a really simple example. They've got 1 title with the farm.
Yes.
And maybe it's 7.5, so it's paddocks.
Yeah.
They've got a house in the bottom corner.
Yeah.
And they just want to be able to move that 1 title down to go around that house so they can keep that for the children or for them. And then by way of creating the new balance, they actually still have the potential to develop that balance lot anyway. And, so they have the right to develop two houses to begin with.
Yeah.
It should be the same by the end of the process as well. So it's kind of like a no net loss.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Is that an important factor, the not enhancing the development rights as a result in at least that category? There could be 1 title which is, well, who knows, typographical error or something that's on the back of the property, and it's 500 square metres, but it is a separate title. It is adjacent to an unformed legal road, so it is legal in that respect, to in effect shift that title down around the homestead. Is that envisaged as a minor boundary adjustment or a?
So I would consider that one a more major. So generally with the minor, it's quite a small shift, and possibly we need to provide a little bit more clarity on that in terms of definition.
Actually, I think I might have made a suggestion in the past about saying, on the proviso that the arrangements for access and services remain the same, or something like that.
Yes, yeah. So generally with the relocation, it should. The key is that they're not generating additional titles. Sorry, Madam Chair, I just realised I'm not wearing my mask. Would you like me to go and get it?
Right, keep going.
It says as a matter of policy, yes.
I just apologise.
Oh, Councillor.
Yeah, but in your mind, David? Oh, I can't wait.
I've got a spare somewhere.
Oh, can I insert a mask?
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine.
Apologies.
It was fine.
I just realised, isn't it?
Oh,
Carry on.
Okay. I'm going to probably skim over this slide just because we've covered that off through the questions, and I think you're all on track with what's ahead of us. And I'll explain the package. So I guess, just thinking about the rural subdivision, I mean, what we've tried to do is to take on the direction that we want to simple and enabling plan. So you'll understand with the operative plan at the moment, there's a lot of complex things, depends on whether you're in an overlay or outside of an overlay. And there's multiple mechanisms, which Wendy will talk to in terms of her experience with how those are working at the moment. sorry, this is your slide actually, Lisa. I'll just quickly cover off the package and then we'll get you to present this, right? So when we thought about, okay, which direction should CLACRA go, we have tried to stick largely to what's in the operative plan already, because there are other mechanisms out there in transferable developments, one example. There are multiple ways you can slice and dice subdivision, but we stuck quite closely to what we were already kind of doing in CLACRA, minus a few changes, obviously, with removal of the amenity lot rule. We're still obviously doing the environmental benefits, and I think the only change really is the rule around protecting like a landscape feature, and we brought that to you for some direction many months ago to see whether there was any merit in going down that avenue. So our direction at that point was not to, so we haven't included rules around that, but those are different options if we want to look at them. But I guess what I'm saying is we think quite enabling. If you're not going down a general subdivision pathway, there are other options available to landowners. They might qualify for a relocation, or they might qualify for an environmental benefit, or they might qualify for an SFMR priority subdivision. So it's trying to strike that balance between too much subdivision, and like Rodney's already talked about, going sort of full market, whatever the market decide, versus having some controls and restrictions. And I guess that's where we're here today, to try and work out what that balance is. So I think on that note, Wendy's just going to talk through some of the subdivision issues from the consent with some questions and concerns, that we weren't looking at what was happening at the moment. So Wendy's the best person to talk to that.
Thank you all. I tried to keep it brief. Basically, I was asked, what's wrong with the current district plan? And I tried to rein in some excitement. All of these points have been raised with Catherine and Jerome already. It's a pre-draft workshops with my team. But I guess the key thing is that at the moment, the district plan has us in a tight spot. And we have had numerous hearings where we've tried to stop development, which is in the wrong place, doing the wrong thing, that has come in non-complying just because they want it. And we haven't been able to say no. So
can you give us a concrete example of one such thing?
Yeah.
So we can really understand what that means.
The most recent one was up at Bullbrook Road. So the corner of Kaiwaka Mangawhai and Bullbrook Road.
Yep.
There's a, it's kind of right on the edge of that rural-ish area, and the rest of it's sprawling rural residential.
That was Steve Tapp's one, wasn't it? We were circulated.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep, exactly. So we tried to decline that. It came in as a non-compliant, didn't meet any of our rules. It provided some planting, but not as an ecological benefit, just the planting, some lots. We tried to say that it was not meeting what our district plan was after, and that the actual character around that was still quite rural, and that it wouldn't be appropriate. And the Commissioner unfortunately said, well, you've allowed so many other non-complying things not too far away, and there's some planting. Go for it. So unfortunately, we're having people use that example. Other areas where there's been subdivisions either under the previous district plan or this one, that has been either at an EB, a small lot, a rural amenity, through a legitimate reason. And now they've come in saying, well, we want the same, but we don't meet any of the rules, but why not? What's the difference in me drawing some lines on the sand and putting some houses here versus my neighbours doing it?
And Wendy, how is that going to change when we come out with a new district plan?
So that's where the policy framework will be able to support us. And that was my hope. So at the moment, we have some option polls that have been specifically put in at that time to enable flexibility and to be simple with grand intentions of what they were after. So there's one I think that talks about literally saying allow diverse and flexible options in the rural community, which could have been after eco-villages or different types of horticulture, you name it, could have been, and we're having it used against us for residential, particularly around here, but it is expanding. So obviously Kaiwaka, Mangataroto, Kaiwi, it's getting further. So therefore, by having policy that talks about, actually avoiding these types of things, that's where my hopes and dreams are resting.
Policy changes, because they're going to have to dovetail in to when this new district plan becomes operative. Otherwise, you're not going to have that. And you only need to have in my opinion, a time frame of 6 or 12 months lagging, and people can get some precedents when the new district plan is operative before the policies come into play, and they've got precedents to command again.
I mean, potentially, so
It's always going to
say the Bulbrook Road example, if that came in when this district plan comes to fruition, they might still have been able to turn around and say, well, we don't meet your current district plan, we didn't meet your last district plan, but look, there's so much else around, it might still get through. But there might also be enough policy framework to say, actually, that's not what we want, that ship sailed, we're on a new path here, and it doesn't meet our path.
Did they have to go to the Environment Court to get that?
No, so that was, we publicly notified it, recommended decline, and there was a hearing. So independent commissioner.
Is there any submissions?
No, there weren't actually, no.
Yeah, I must say that what I like about the draft plan and relation to policies and objectives and the assessment criteria, to me, some of the assessment criteria are relatively meaningless until you read them with the policies, and then it makes sense that actually the policies do provide guidance. So I really appreciate that.
If it's okay, I might just touch on the next slide and then come back to talk about the environmental benefit specific that we now. And this table is literally just to try and demonstrate how much non-complying development we have to allow. So these numbers were from raw data of subdivisions granted in the last couple of years. It's not, I'm not going to swear on the accuracy of it entirely because it's based on our descriptions in our system, but it's really reflective of just how much doesn't meet our rules that we can't say no to, that has come through and been in the same situation of not being what the district plan anticipated, but not also being able to stop it. So just in case anyone had any grand hopes that we should just keep our current district plan, please don't. The other thing,
just looking at these figures, how would they rate compared to, some of the other councils that you may have been involved with in terms of how much non-compliant stuff gets through?
So my previous district plans that actually no, the Auckland Unitary Plan was my only district council experience. I'm from a regional council background. You wouldn't grant a non-compliant.
Right. So none of them.
Yeah. So when I came here, people wouldn't even apply for it. It just wasn't something you would see that and be like, oh, that's a sign I shouldn't do it. Here, it's out the window. So when I first started, it was actually even more so. The district plan, unfortunately, has a bit of a quote in it where a rural subdivision that meets, say, the small lot or environmental benefit, but if it doesn't have a wired-in telecommunication system or the driveway isn't quite right, that technically is non-compliant. So I realised where the district plan review was going, and I went a bit rogue with the policy team's support, and we've kind of ignored that one little bit. So this is a reflection of actual non-complying, not just what we've been referring to in that case as technical.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one. It's interesting you just touched on, because I've had people, and actually one quite recent, like yesterday or the day before, about a subdivision where you're talking about communications and still having copper landlines and things. In our district plan, some of those, especially if we start to use out of our own staff planners on a contract basis, they look at our district plan and they see that in it, and 6 minutes they're saying you haven't got a landline in there. Well, hell, half the district.
Exactly. And so that's
this one down here, that in the new district plan, we don't have that sort of stupid technical thing, because everyone's now on wireless, on internet, all sorts of on satellite dish and things like that. So hopefully it's come of age.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wendy, could you propose a reason why
there's this discrepancy between our neighbouring council to the south and all of our non-complying presenting up here.
This as a personal view, and that would be because the current district plan is so enabling in so many different ways. So for example, the small lot rule, there's a few things in there, but it's literally based on if your title was from pre-2009, so from just created under the previous district plan, then you can basically go for gold and subdivide. There's obviously a few restrictions, but it's very enabling. But that's not based on an effects system, that's more of a, I call it a political thing. That was a reason to try and not take away all the rights that existed for those people. But then when people try and say, well, my title was from 2012, but what's the difference? We can't say no to that. Well, we try, but it doesn't work. So I think it's the enabling basis of current district plan.
Well, commissions.
Trust me, if I could, you created lovely policies. If I could try and not use certain commissioners, I would, but I can't.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Maybe go back to the last. Oh, actually, no, one more point on this one is just to point out the pattern, which is what I thought I could see, and it's quite nice the numbers reflect it. And that's just to highlight that environmental benefit rule is the key subdivision rule being used. Then I won't comment on boundary adjustment because that's, to me, not a crucial one. And then obviously small lot, got my numbers right. Yeah, and then rural amenity, and then general being quite rarely used, to be honest. So environmental benefit is our key subdivision use. So we can maybe go back to the last slide. It touches on some concerns that we're seeing with the use of the environmental benefit rule. And that's, in brief, the good stuff is gone. So therefore, if we think about how much subdivision comes from using that rule, and if you drive around here or around the rest of the district, I personally don't look at it and say, oh wow, we've got a great ecological district. I don't see the result of it. And that's in use because it's very enabling still. So therefore you could have a bare paddock being planted up. It might be somewhat close to an ecological corridor. It might have a bit of a wetland. It might be a terrible looking stream that can be planted up. That can be planted up with all fresh planting. And we monitor it for 3 to 5 years, but we don't know what the success rate of that is long term. But they're getting a lot of subdivision lots resulting from that.
So just in a sort of worst case scenario, they could plant it up with the cheapest plants they can get, have a little poke around once a year for 3 years or so, and then just let it go. And a year later, the cows are back in.
So there are, obviously, to get it, you have to, under the Reserves Act, has to be covenanted. So it is legally and physically as a fence. So it is protected, but it still relies on if it falls over and it's kind of the weeds take over or whatever. Even though there's consent that say you must monitor, you must maintain it and get the pests out and things like that, that's still reliant on compliance monitoring. And at the big district,
we don't do it.
That either.
So we do have some concerns around that area. Appendix 25G is the appendix. So once you meet the EB rule, you then have to determine whether or not it's actually an ecologically significant benefit that we're getting. So that's the ecological assessment part. It's very subjective. So we get lots of, I think I politely called it, discussions between ecologists about whether or not it actually is worthy of protection. And that will come to the cost to the customer. So I would love to see that tightened up, but I wouldn't want the provision of an ecology report to be taken away. So the Baldock Road example, that one was just a whole lot of planting. There was no ecology report put forward. We didn't, unfortunately, that's hindsight, we didn't request one. So that could be a whole lot of manuka, which a monoculture isn't really going to achieve the benefit that we need. So an ecologist getting involved is still preferential.
I've got some suggestions, which actually I did circulate them in advance a couple of weeks ago. But, and just commenting on that particular job, because I drive past it every week. The bottom of the catchment actually becomes the headwaters of a dam, because, you know, I have an interest in the enhancement of the health of the Kaipara Harbour. It's in the catchment of the Kaipara Harbour, but the dam would be the main silt protection device, and it's on the next door neighbours, I think. So, you know, there's a limit to how much good would be achieved by that planting in that situation, just saying, by the way. But what I said a couple of weeks ago was that there could be benefits in seeing what the QE2 Trust requires to support applications to it for covenanting. From a brief check on the internet, here's some starter ideas. Do survey it, fence it, control animal and plant pests. Don't plant exotic species, light fires, drain swamps and wetlands. Do expect a monitoring inspection every 2 years, like ongoing. Recognise that each site has its own characteristics, so covenant terms will likely be different for each site. And that's just a starter for discussion, really, but there's, I see it as an opportunity to just to make our, I guess, to enhance our brand as a environmentally supportive organisation, I guess. And that's when I had my big brain explosion when I got to the end of it. Was coming back to your question about the need for an ecologist report. Well, what if the property contains a mapped significant natural area? So there's been someone that's been over it for that purpose, and rather than it actually blowing up in our faces when that does happen, we've actually got an incentive for people to see. Personally, and I have this put on record too, I would love for people to cherish these natural areas, to think they have a value in their own right. But we can also add, use an economic instrument, like an incentive, to encourage them to covenant them and do the weed control, pest control, all those sort of things as I've listed there, because it is to their financial advantage to do so. And I just wonder if there's an opportunity here to do something with that.
Chair, I can comment on some very specific examples with that, to be honest. And so apart from the 2-yearly monitoring ongoing, which we don't do, everything else is incorporated within the consent notices or the covenants, because they do have the option to QE2 covenant or the Reserves Act. In most instances, they go for the Reserves Act because it's
easier.
Exactly. So there isn't anything different that you've suggested in what we already do and have that questionable success. The example you suggested about, well, why would you need an ecology if it's a mapped identified area already? It's a fair point, but the problem is that they aren't always what's being mapped. I use PNAPs, for example, the DOC, identified areas. I can't remember what PNAP stands for, but they aren't ground truth. So we get a lot of people come in saying, well, because our rules at the moment say you have to protect the entire feature, for example, so you can't just do half of it. We want everything there, even if it's bigger than what we normally would require as a minimum. They'll come in and say, oh, well, we're only wanting to do a portion of it because that actually on the aerials isn't what you see on the ground. I'm not going to have that argument with a farmer about what's on his land or not. I need an ecologist to determine whether or not that is factual.
I guess thereby hangs, that's lighting the fuse to the SNA argument then, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's where we're headed.
And what we're seeing at the moment is
not adequately
identified areas are already being protected. So we're talking at the moment under our current rule about made up new areas. So the easy stuff, which you might not need an ecology report, that's already been done. I'm just trying to think whether there's anything else I haven't covered so far. I think the only other point I'd make is that at the moment, because it's so enabling the district plan, we're seeing people use all of the rules at once or come back years and years. They're not meant to, but we don't have the ability to stop them. So you might have someone do a boundary adjustment to result in, say, if they've got a small section and a large section on their farm, they move it into the middle, so they've got two nice big sections that then meet our areas, and then they'll do a small lot and get a little bit more. And then they'll come back again and get an environmental benefit and carve them up even further. So we're seeing them all compile on top of each other.
Is there any sort of time frame over which they can do that? Like how long does it take them to get through all the options they've got?
So it depends how fast they can get title. So some of them, we do allow, say, a boundary adjustment and one of the others in the same, at the staged subdivision, so they can apply all at once. But sometimes they'll do their first couple, get it, the title, and then come back for the next step. So it depends how fast they can get title. Depends, I'm quite passionate about coming to tell you what.
It's very good to have you here and
Very good.
on the ground stuff. Do you want to talk about rural amenity law?
Yes, and that was just to reflect that in the numbers, luckily, I wrote this before I saw the numbers, so it's quite coincidental that on the next slide it showed that rural amenity was the kind of, other than general rural amenity was the least used. So this is the one where it's supposed to be your farmer taking off the farmhouse to be able to then live in the countryside still while the farm operates around it. It's not really working. So if it's just not really clear what it's supposed to achieve or how. And so at the moment you can have more than one lot created if you create a future environmental benefit or an ecological environmental benefit. But we're not really sure what that is. We're not really sure whether an ecologist needs to come in and help determine that. We aren't really sure whether that even needs to be on the same property. So we have allowed a few where it's luckily no one's taken the mickey out of it, but it's their property but next door, not within the subdivision. That's where the environmental, the ecological benefit comes. The rule seems to allow for it. So there's just a few vague things there where, yeah, and it's probably why Catherine has chosen not to recommend it in the next district plan, because it just doesn't quite achieve what it was supposed to. Another rule that's not mentioned here that is used a little bit, very, very rarely, and that's integrated development. We recently had, I'm not sure if you all, I think we'll try and share the news shortly, but it's Lakeviews Estate on Devitt Road. I think it was 70 something, I forget the number, lots got approved for development there under that rule. So it's outside of our spatial plan area in the rural, and so that was allowed under that rule, but it's not used very often because, again, you need to provide some ecological benefit and you need some access and a few things, but and so it was hoped that that would create lots of little hamlets and things like that, and it just hasn't quite achieved that.
That's a diversity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that where an integrated development is like, for example, the hamlet housing dwelling may be clustered and then there's kind of an arrangement for common land held to be leased for farming activity or something?
Farmland or for, like in this case, it's giant wetlands that's going to be protected. So it, again, is not very clear on that. So the grand ambitions of what rules should achieve the best outcomes for the district, and it's not necessarily what we're seeing.
And we don't have it, yeah.
Okay. That was what I think I had. If you would like me to cover anything.
I was just going to say it's probably a farm park scenario is probably what they intended, you know,
okay,
balance to be there, but it's big incentives. So, yeah.
Can I just clarify whether in the exposure draft, there's a recommendation to use the covenanting rather than the Reserve Act for environmental benefit lots, or are you still leaving that?
So the covenant,
QE2.
Oh, you mean QE, so QE have their own legislation. So when you do the covenant, the legal mechanism is called the covenant, but it can be under the Council Reserve Act, so it'll be a council covenant. But the obligations between the landowner and council, if it's QE2, it's the obligation between QE2 and the landowner.
So the moment we give them, we just say you need a covenant, use whichever of these mechanisms you'd like.
Oh,
yeah.
So if council has an obligation obviously it does under the Reserve Act with a covenant, we don't have a budget to do ongoing monitoring, then are we actually in breach of our obligations?
Some councils do charge a monitoring fee. I don't know whether you guys do you?
We do for the first 5
For
years.
the first 5 years, yeah. So most councils do have the monitoring fee on resource consent at the time of granting. And then I guess after the 5 years.
Depends on your neighbours complaining.
Yeah, well, you'd expect that in the first 5 years, it's got to a level where it can look after itself and be, you know, I'm saying hopeful.
Yeah.
If it's new planting though, from my experience processing EVs at Waikato, if it's a shoddy job, it's going to take more than 5 years to get it to any level of sustainability that it will look after itself. And that would be the one that you want to be making sure we're very clear on, you know, how they're going to do that and get it to a point that it's self-sustaining in a time frame for your consent sign off.
Right.
I think we need to keep moving through because some people have other places to be. I'm happy to be here all night.
What is the time? Thank you very much. That's great.
Okay, so I'm going to bring Jerome back and probably Rodney at some stage. So we're just going to talk through this minimum lot size issue now. And we'll start with the general rural zone because it's the bigger area of the district. And you'll recall from previous briefings that we actually started with that 40 hectare minimum lot size. And obviously we've been through the rationale this morning. We have checked for consistency with other councils across New Zealand. And 40 hectares does seem to be, you know, a favoured number, but of course 20 has also been used by the councils as well. So I just don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I think that just comes down to what elected members would feel comfortable putting out in the exposure draft to test our communities. So we've landed at the 20 hectare, which has previously been discussed and is the current figure in the exposure draft. But I think I've said before, there are multiple options to choose from, and I think we've probably already given enough detail today in terms of if you go that way, you get, you know, larger lots. Sorry, if you go larger, you get larger lot sizes and increased productivity, etc., etc. If you go smaller, then you're getting more your rural lifestyle size properties, which could arguably be less productive and economic, and increased reverse sensitivity effects as well. So I guess we just want to, did you have anything to add to that, Jerome?
I guess just to say, like, it's discussed, the biggest demand is for that smaller lifestyle zone. And demand, there is sufficient supply for that in the rural lifestyle zone. So we're not seeing a whole lot of demand for 20 hectares or 12 hectares. So market's not really prepared for those, that type of subdivision. So yeah, I think it's a key point.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to do all the answers at the end, so we're not going to sort of. Any questions on this slide? No? Moving on.
Okay. Right. And so then we've probably talked the most today about the rural production zone. And obviously we started with a 20 hectare controlled activity status there, and with the 10 hectare pathway, which, as we've talked about as well, is based off the economic analysis, etc. So yeah, I think we've already covered off the reasons the discretionary pathway could be a good option because it gives council the opportunity to grant on it. So did you want me to cover anything else on that?
Any questions here? No? Okay, moving on.
Okay. So the environmental benefits subdivision, so here's some suggestions. So I think we'd like a little bit of discussion obviously around table 1, which has the 4 hectare starting point. And as I mentioned before, at the moment, if you were to qualify with 4 hectares as drafted, you'd get 1 additional title. And then if you've got 10 hectares or more, you can get 2, and then anything above 20 hectares qualifies you for 3. And I think it's probably important to note that this is for Indigenous vegetation that's already existing on a property. There is the other rule which sits below, these ones that allow you to plant up to those areas in order to qualify, and that's a discretionary pathway as we've drafted at the moment. But I think it'd be really helpful to get direction on level of comfort with these criteria. And of course, we've talked with Wendy about the requirement for an ecologist report, and of course the balance lot areas, and things to get some feedback on what your thoughts are on it as well. So
how do people feel about discussing that now?
Yeah.
Yep. So thoughts on the table 1, which is the number of lots per size.
Well, for me, I've already said, I think that the threshold is far too onerous, and we should set the bar a bit lower so that we get more people participating. Although, as our consents manager said, all the easy ones have been taken, but I just.
So by setting the bar lower, can you talk us through exactly what you changed on there?
Well, I think the operative plan threshold is 0.5 hectare. So I guess the or thereabouts would be my preference.
So the operative starts at 0.5 hectare and we're starting at 4 hectares.
Yeah, so that's 8 times greater. I'm not so, that was something that I had a meeting with this Overwater some weeks back, and the lights went on for me, and I understood finally that these environmental benefit lots. All right, I'll back up. I had always assumed that the environmental benefit lot would be the lot which would be also developed with a house site. And I was picturing a gully or a swampy area or wetland, whatever, but with sufficient area, say 3,000 square metres available to site a house that was convenient to put it. But then if, say, that particular feature was right at the far end of the property, then you could end up with a 2 or 3 kilometre long driveway to get to that particular site. So then there's this other option which I hadn't realised, and what the rules are actually attuned to is it's a form of transferable development right from one part of the property to another part of the property, in effect. And that's okay, but I wouldn't be wildly enthusiastic about allowing multiple lots to come from that. That's like I'd be inclined to set the level at, say, 0.5 hectare to 1 hectare as the area of environmental benefit for bush feature, and leave wetlands at 0.5 hectare. And you get a lot, whether it is including that feature because it happens to be right up close to the road, or elsewhere on the property. So,
one lot, sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah.
It's one lot, so not the 3 that we're proposing.
So no matter what the size of your environmental area.
I don't have strong feelings about that, but I just see that getting a bit more complicated with allowing multiple lots. And
so any thoughts around the table on decreasing the number of lots and decreasing the size of the environmental area?
Right. Well, that's it.
Yeah, so maybe there's an indication that either we're all really tired or it's after lunch, or actually we're all okay. I probably wouldn't go as far as 0.5 hectare for bush, but I'd debate that with you. I'd go probably 1 acre, but.
An acre is less than.
Sorry. I am, yeah, it is after lunch. So we're all happy that it's just one environmental lot equals one, or one environmental site equals 1 lot. We're not going to give 3.
No, the only thing here is that you're talking about, it's the multiplier of 8, I guess, which will cause a bit of feedback, I suspect, coming back in once it gets out there in the community, because that's a very big jump from what it is at present. And there's going to be a lot of probably feedback on that.
Councillor Collins.
Madam Chair, can I just ask for a bit of rationale about that, chat? Like why? So, if councillor Vincent's requesting it go back to the half a hectare and we're proposing 4, can I just know about the rationale?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yes.
So part of it was what we did explain with the half a hectare being quite relatively easy to achieve, even though a lot of the loading increase already been packed, if you like. But it's also from an ecologist perspective as well, you're more likely to get better quality environmental benefit features if they are, you know, larger in area. So Jerome and his team did look at what other councils were doing in this space, and I think I talked to the Auckland Unitary Plan last time we had this session as well, and everyone's doing slightly different, but 2 hectares kind of seem to be a bit of a starting point right up to the 4 hectares. So we kind of picked 4 hectares as, you know, it's not going to be easy to achieve. Yeah. And it's obviously quite a big area to fence and protect, etc. So there is quite a lot of onus, and we've heard the feedback that we don't want to make it uneconomically viable either.
By comparison, Auckland's 4 hectares, Whangarei 4 hectares, and the Barnwell district plan is just about to be notified as 4 hectares.
Right. Okay, so we would be
consistent.
Quite inconsistent.
We could be the better one then, couldn't we?
It's probably just the balance, you know, it's like 5 hectares potentially too small. You want to go up to 4, potentially not.
Bearing in mind we've left the wetlands obviously at half a hectare because they're a lot more rare, so we want to encourage more protection of those. So we certainly won't get as many applications for those.
Right.
I'd suggest it's not just the rarity, but also the benefit to be achieved ecologically from revitalising a wetland that might be suffering from overgrazing at present, have that fenced off. Because in terms of the economic analysis done earlier, I guess I'd like to be striking a blow for positive externalities to offset the negative externalities of intensive farming practices, which are in a way being encouraged by the plan in terms of trying to draw a line around the versatile soils in the hope that they will be used more intensively or more productively. But that has its own negative externalities. And so this is a balance to that. Because I suppose I'm picturing in my head a property which is it's got a plateau of highly productive soils with some gullies incised through it that would really benefit from being fenced off and planted up and so on, because they are in the catchment of my beloved Kaipara Harbour, or Mangawhai Harbour, and that there's an incentive there to encourage that behaviour to happen, so that otherwise very low productive land is actually providing a return, which might actually help to provide capital for the development of the versatile soils area.
So we've got, if I'm just writing that, you've kind of got, there are 2 sides to that same story. The smaller is easier to do, but it's also easier to use to achieve possibly other objectives. So there are 2 sides to that. So 4 is what everyone else is doing around our neighbours. Oh, Michael?
Just, thank you, Chair. For clarification for our Jerome, do other councils have a staggered approach where if you do, for example, between 10 and 20 hectares and greater than 20 hectares 3, or is it just one single?
It's a bit of a mixed bag, but a lot of them do have that graduated sort of entitlement where the larger the area you get more lots.
Okay. So really what we've got here is kind of, as far as this goes, an industry norm. Is that right? It's sort of.
It does vary, but it's more consistent with other practices in the region in Auckland.
Okay. So feeling, Mark, that there's a whole lot of pressure around the table to lean into where you're going with this.
I think the thing is that if we're consistent with our neighbouring territorial authorities, then it makes some degree of sense to conform with what they're.
Given this is an exposure draft that we can come back to, and if the community really doesn't like it.
If there's a major outroar on the community.
Yeah, we can reflect on it. Yeah, that's the last.
I'm entirely sure we got to with Councillor Brookson's point. Agree with having a smaller threshold. If you then have a larger area, were you suggesting that still only one lot should be allowed? Or you?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking with my mouth open, but yeah.
I think for, you know, if you're going to be fencing off a much bigger area, then obviously a lot more cost with that. So having the economy of scale, doing a subdivision, I think you need to keep the option for people to be able to create more than one lot. I don't know.
I think
That's kind of where we
was just sort of
we've landed.
that 1, 2, 3, but you've said that you think that 4 hectares is too big for one lot, which we agree with, but I don't think that necessarily removing the option to have more than one lot is going to result in anyone using it. So you have to think of a much bigger area.
Yeah, okay.
Those positive outcomes if we have that.
I would like it to act as an incentive, I guess. Yeah.
I guess if I could summarise where we're at, we kind of like the tiered approach. Feeling a huge pressure in the room to drop from the 4, but if you were to look at, if staff were to sort of have a think about that and just see whether there is sort of value in dropping it a bit, but not feeling a huge pressure in the room to do that. Michael.
Through the chair, we need as much clarity as possible.
Carbon credit up to 76.
We can't make decisions.
No, not decisions, as much direction as possible.
Yeah.
So if the flavour of the room is that it's comfortable with 4 hectares, then we'll carry on with that. If it's considered dropping, then what would you say about the 2 to 10 hectares for one, for example? Like we kind of need as much share as we can. Now, the session, so we can then carry on and keep moving.
Appreciate that.
We've got to go around.
Yeah, go around.
I just said here, I think smaller threshold an area and allow.
Pick a number. You get one word. What's your number?
What size?
Yeah, minimum size.
Oh, 0.5 hectares.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
As it's presented.
Councillor Vincent.
I'll go with 1 hectare.
Councillor Worthy.
I'll go with 2 hectares.
Councillor Wills.
Legs 11. Oh, sorry. 2.
Councillor De La Barris Woodcock.
I'll go with the staff's recommendation.
Okay,
I've done an average.
I'm going to lean into 2. Okay. The criteria, so you also want to know about the criteria for an ecologist report. Do we want one or not? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so I think it was part and parcel of the conversation we just had with years now, is just telling you that her preference is obviously that we, and for the reasons why. So if there's any other direction in that space, we just need to know whether we're pulling the rule or not. That's all.
Councillor Wills, you've got your hand up.
Well, I haven't spoken. I've been really good since lunchtime. The thing I'd like to have in here, despite the willingness to, is somehow to tighten up. Because it does bother me that it, and I watched this in the Rodney Council area down around on the west coast in particular, where they met the criteria, but it was pretty average. Is there any way that we can make it much tighter, that they have to meet? I'd rather they had to meet a smaller area, but much better than this. There's areas down there that in Gloriton that they're just covered in little flex bushes and stuff that hardly got above the kikuyu, and that they met the criteria. Is there some way that we can tighten up how they actually meet the criteria. That's what I personally would like to see.
In the implementation.
Yeah, or just, and even if we have to charge them a fee for an ongoing management, because we mentioned how we don't have the resources, but surely we can charge them a fee for the next 2 visits.
If we do,
Yeah.
is that right? We do for the person,
Fee for the
yeah.
But I'm just, I'm trying to take this outside the Kuiper so it doesn't get put, but just the observation of what, before they were merged into Auckland, what they used to do down there, it was really slack, to put it quite bluntly. And they let a lot of stuff get away that was perceived as environmental, but it wasn't. It was just a poorly performing paddock on a farmer's corner.
So I'm going to suggest we're being a little bit more generous in the lot size or the environmental benefit lot size. So perhaps we should be a little tighter on things like the ecologist report and the monitoring.
Give our staff some teeth to actually force them to be genuine in their efforts rather than just to meet the minimum.
How does that sound to everyone?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the anecdotal evidence we've been given today about historically, we're seeing people getting, putting in planting that's not really suitable, it sort of barely meets the grade, and then within 4 or 5 years, it's a non-event. So therefore, an ecologist report is likely to try and mitigate that, and so it would be worthwhile having that as a condition, I think, as well. One thing though, and I do get a bit of flack from people in the community, when it comes to ecologist reports and landscaping reports for subdivisions, sometimes we're a bit restrictive in terms of who we will accept those reports from. Have you got any thoughts about how we should, and this is probably something that Wendy's probably more in terms of when subdivisions applications come in and they've got a report, you know.
So the rule says at the moment that it needs to be someone suitably qualified.
Yeah, suitably qualified, that's the thing. What people take a different meaning necessarily from that. It could be someone who's been in the game for 30 years but has got no formal qualification. They'll probably get turned down.
Do you have any comments on that, Wendy?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of which kind of examples might have said on that. I think that for someone with 30 years of experience, their qualifications are practical as opposed to.
That's right.
Education based. So I don't see that person being turned away, but we use it against people at the moment. We try and request people to qualify when it's a planner who wants to say that they're qualified to make a landscape architect assessment or ecology assessment, and that to me is
that's not, no, I agree with you. No, as long as we're flexible and common sense applies, I agree. Someone with 20 or 30 years experience is who can say, well, you know, here are examples of my work, is equally qualified as someone who's just come out with a qualification which may not have more than 3 or 4 years experience.
Really, I might say one comment. Some of those comments you had might be in reference to a previous consultant that we've used that.
Oh, yes. I'm talking about going back the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
All right, so I think we're 2 hectares, ecologist report is yes. So the balanced lot area must be greater than 20 hectares.
For the default minimum is agreed in the district plan, because we haven't settled on 20 hectares as the balance.
Okay. All right, so we'll have it as the default minimum once we've got to that conversation. Right, so are we done with environmental benefit lots? I think I'm just moving into the starting to kind of try and pull this all together so that we can answer some questions.
Yeah, I think we've covered all the background to the EB rule, so I'll sort of say that there with the questions again, so.
Okay. All right. 1 or 2 rural zones, that's the first question. So we're on slide 31 for those who want to look on their screens. So the first question is the preference for 1 or 2 rural zones. I think we need to go around the table and have you can do a couple of sentences or even just a word around your views on the 2 rural zones. Councillor Lassen.
I sort of think we've got 4 rural zones anyway. Didn't the file? Can the settlement kind of come out of rural? What's that?
The settlement could be arguably.
Yeah, but they've kind of mostly come from the rural zone, they haven't they? We've gone from one to. Has the settlement zone not largely come from the rural zone? Existing zone?
Some of them were zoning, some like pockets of residential.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But largely, yes.
Yeah, I'd rather be simpler rather than less simple. I think that really revolves more around the land use capability than the zoning. So if we can.
So you're saying you prefer to keep kind of the status quo in terms of one?
Well, I'd rather keep one because it's simple, but I mean, the use of it depends on the usability of the land, and so land use capability falls over both of those zones. So it's rather than going, this is the productive stuff and this is the general stuff. Councillor Vincent has referred to, you sort of get a rainbow of different land capability, and so it kind of depends.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Wilson-Collins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My direction is for the 2 rural zones.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think there's been really good information provided today as to why I probably don't need to repeat it.
Okay, cool. I'm asking for short statements here. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you. Yeah, I still remain to be convinced about the need for those 2 separate zones, and I'm not wanting to be pedantic about it. I'm referring to the rural production zone and the general rural zone. They can easily be covered off with some means of explicitly identifying the versatile soils wherever they may lay.
Okay. I'll just note that the Mayor and Councillor Joyce Parkey have both expressed their preference for 2, and I'm supporting 2 as well. Councillor Webby.
I think because of the initiatives that we have in the district associated with Kaipara and Taupo irrigation, etc., the balance of 2 on more versatile productive soils as opposed to the rest, I'd probably lean towards 2.
Councillor Wills.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have an issue with it being 2. It's the basis of the separation, which as long as our mapping is accurate portrayal of the 2, and that's just worries me that that's going to be yet another project that has to be costed into this process.
I think we've already done the mapping through the Kaipara project, so.
But no disrespect to the Kaipara project, but identify the rural flats as suitable for cropping. Anybody that's farming knows that you can't irrigate those flats without stuffing them, but it's identified as a horticultural quality, and I mean, that's a joke.
Grows good kumara.
Yeah.
Only in the very small areas that are the drier soil types, that nothing on the heavy clays. But that's an example of a whole delta that's been zoned as quality product soil type, which can't be intensely farmed. That's why the dairy farmers farm it.
Okay.
But that's just giving you an example. But I mean, if it's going to be the way it goes, I don't see a point in arguing over something like as pedantic as we have 1 or 2. I just see the way it's zoned is not going to be. It's not going to achieve what the outcome is we're trying to achieve in a practical way.
Okay, so was that a 2?
I'll accept 2 if they can actually separate them.
So just to maybe just a flag on the fact that there's some concern around the mapping and the appropriateness of that. So maybe just some care in that. Councillor De La Woodcock.
2. I think there will be bigger decisions we have to make than that.
Yes, yeah, well, we're working through these questions.
In terms of like the mapping, what we've tried to do is align it with the MPS HPL, which is around identifying areas that are highly productive, what could potentially be highly productive. So that's the basis of that amendment.
Yeah, because there are obviously areas where it's highly productive soil, but it's useless unless you've got water.
Yeah.
So,
And it's got that future potential.
yeah, okay, cool. All right, so you've got clarity on that. The leaning is towards the two, with a concern just around the mapping and being clear what that means. Okay, so the second question, are the multiple options pathways for rural subdivision included in the exposure draft sufficient? If not, what is missing? Look, we've had a poke at the environmental benefit lots, so we've had a go at that. What are the thoughts?
So there's some more exceptions to the default minimum that we could consider. And I did mention one of my several emails about looking at historic heritage as opposed to natural heritage as a trigger for, say, if there was an historic homestead on a property, would there be a justification for being able to provide a separate title for that, say, for instance?
Reasonable question. What's the answer?
Did we talk about that last time? And we might have talked more about the animals as a qualifier, but
I think it's in the operative plan, isn't it? Something like that.
It's a long time. Sorry, you did it. Sorry.
Just about, say that it was a registered historic building, would that be a trigger for allowing a subdivision into a house and curtilage?
I don't believe so. That could reflect the fact that we don't have very much now district plan schedule at the moment. And so therefore it hasn't come across my desk, but I don't believe
it's more aimed at the landscapes and features at the moment. But heritage is an option. It's just that we haven't looked at it because I'm trying to sort of grapple, I guess, with what would the benefit that be if it's already protected. It could be a Heritage New Zealand listing already. We're protecting it at the district plan. Enable subdivision. Some will be in town, some will be rural as well. So,
that's why you typically focus on environmental benefit, because there is that sort of active protection and management and pest control element of it. If the rules already require protection of it over now, we generally don't give them entitlement to subdivide for protecting what the district plan already does.
That's right. Yeah.
So same applies to heritage, I guess.
Yeah. But see, from my notes, I was hoping that it would help to integrate multimodal connectivity as well.
By protecting the heritage buildings.
Chair.
And please, we're all looking a little baffled here.
Well, yeah, exactly, but it's in our district plan.
Okay.
Chair, can I answer that? Can I speak to that question, please, really quickly? If you've got a historic place, they actually it makes it more difficult to do the subdivision because part of its historic is the surrounding area. So they actually lock you up on the whole property. They don't actually look. Sorry, it doesn't encourage you to do a subdivision to protect that property. Did that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does and it doesn't, because I know one or two war stories about that, but
just using that as an example, they actually do put the caveat across the whole not caveat, the covenant across the whole property.
And I guess that's getting back to the discussion we had earlier in the day about relocating historic buildings, because the argument is that they're losing some of their context by being shifted onto another site.
Please don't reopen that.
Maybe that's not flying, Mark.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Okay, no, well, I mean, that was just a pipe opener. There might be some other option as a valid exception, which would be user-friendly, but not totally be impossible to administer for our...
I'm going to go around the table.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Wendy Robinson on the matter.
Just to chair, the council is in question about what we have at the moment. Things have come past my desk, so we do have an operative rule about preservation of natural cultural heritage. So apologies for not knowing that, but something no one's ever replied for.
Well, that shows how useful it would be then, doesn't it?
Okay, so I'm going to go around the table and I'm going to say, firstly, you're answering the question, the first question, which, is it, are they sufficient, the options and pathways for rural subdivision? And if there's something that you think is missing, please say that as well, starting with councillor Lassen.
I'll pass.
Okay. Councillor Collins?
Yeah, I'm happy with the multiple options as they are.
Okay. Councillor Vincent?
I suppose I'm generally okay. It might be time is of the essence and all. I realise that I might want to see some tweaking to the boundary adjustment rule and rules, because I have suggested previously the idea of having two circumstances, one where the area to be formally protected is also contains the house site, and one where it's in effect a mini form of transferable development rights, which was already covered off, because I think that the circumstances for each are a bit different. But is that just a matter of detail that we can leave?
Through you, Madam Chair, I mean, when we talk about the transferable option, I think what we're going to come up against, there's no issue if they want to make the feature part of the lot. We're not trying to control that, and I don't think we've said anything about doing that in the plan. And the second part of the transferable option is the big farm, and we're protecting, I don't know, say 300 hectares of bush at the back, but it's not going to be accessible for servicing reasons. Put their lots down at the front where there might be an existing house. Technically, it would be, a transfer between one title to another, because we use the term record of title because titles are more certain. We wouldn't have any issue with them doing that. But talk to Wendy about that technicality, and we didn't think that we needed to possibly address it at the moment, but we can, to make it clear that people could move their entitlement, if you like, from the bush feature to create the lots. But it's a technicality, because when the consents team look at it, they'll say, oh, it's one big farm. If we open the floodgate with it can be moved from one property to the other, then we.
No, sorry. I think you're running together the environmental benefit and the boundary adjustment thing. Because
sorry.
Yeah, because to me, having the environmental benefit at one end of the property, but the new lot being created at the other end of the property is kind of transferring the development right.
Yeah,
because it's
between titles. Yeah.
No, within the one title.
Oh, yeah. I would argue that it's not though, because it's within the same title. Transferable development.
But the feature would not end up being in the environmental benefit lot is 1 hectare, right? But it does not contain anything of environmental benefit. That's where I see the transfer happening.
So you see environmental benefit lot as the new lot having to have the environmental benefit in, whereas I guess we're saying.
Well, what I'm suggesting is to allow for both of those circumstances.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We haven't been detailed to say it has to be in the new lot created. It could be on the balance lot or it could be on the new lot. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Been addressed? I think so. Okay, I'll move on. In terms of the multiple pathways, myself, the Mayor and Councillor Sparky are favourite. Sharon has nothing to add. Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I'm happy with where it is.
Okay. Councillor Wills?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's I got a bit browbeaten by staff at lunchtime, so
You were persuaded. Okay, Councillor De La Varas.
I haven't finished there, thank you. But in noting that, I'm also appreciative of, and this, I've got to be careful what I say, in staff interpreting it in a pragmatic way, because it doesn't matter how we set these rules, there's always some issue that we can't foresee in them. So it's always dependent on the actual pragmatic interpretation of these rules when they get out there, and that's what's important.
Actually, everything under the RMA is a value judgment, so.
That's right.
Councillor De La Varas Woodcock.
I'm content that there are multiple options and pathways.
Okay, good. All right, so question 3, what should the minimum lot size be for general subdivision in the general rural and rural production? Existing is, for general rural is the 20 hectares. Just jump straight in and go around the table. Councillor Larson.
I've already put my thoughts forward on all this.
So you're a no on that. Do you have a preference for what you would?
It doesn't really matter because we're not voting and I've already put my views forward through various emails.
Okay. Councillor, Wilson Collins.
I've got a long name. Yeah, no, I'm happy with what's in the exposure draft, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Predictably, I'm not happy with what's in the exposure draft, so I would.
Do you have a preference to what it should be?
Yeah, somewhere around between 8 and 10 hectares.
10 hectares. Okay.
Zone is that?
Oh, generally.
It's general rural.
Only talking to general, aren't we?
General rural, yeah. And Councillor Dress-Parky and myself are happy with it at 20. Councillor Webby?
I'd see some benefit in areas that would be at 10, so.
Okay, so you would like to go to 10. Councillor Wills?
I'd like to, even if it stays at 20, I'd like to see it, like currently that there's easier opportunities to apply for it to be 10 in circumstances where they can justify it.
So by the subdivision rules.
So would that mean making it 20 hectares discretionary rather than restricted discretionary?
Yeah, and that they can then, that as of right, it's 20 if you like, but there's a right to apply for it. It depends on how it's interpreted. And again, we can set the rules we like, but the people that implement it are going to be the deciders of it.
Yeah, that's
I mean, my preference is to be allowed to get to 10, but if we're not going to get there, I'd like to at least have that as a genuine option if it can be proven or justified.
Yeah, that's probably where I'm standing too.
So you're actually saying 20 hectares as a controlled activity is what you're saying, though, aren't you, Dave?
Sorry?
You're saying 20 hectares as a controlled activity, are you, as of right, as a council's going to have to?
Oh, gosh, I should have listened to the presentation beforehand of the difference in the grades. But no, I don't want to hold this up because we've done this, but I accept as a, and also I accept that there's actually an effort by some councillors to poke the bear with this conversation so we get some response from the community. It's not just to come up with our preference, but it also to challenge the community to participate. But
be an option, I'm just going to test this with the officers, to make in the general rural zone, the 20 hectares a controlled activity. Is there?
It's up to you.
Yes, it's up to you.
Yes, it's 12 hectares as a controlled activity now.
So shall we go with 20 controlled?
What did you just say?
Well, in many respects, you could leave it, you could leave rural production and general rural both at 20 controlled 10.
oh, I'm gonna talk against that. Sorry.
You don't mean controlled, you mean controlled at 20 and discretionary, restricted discretionary.
Yeah, and then discretionary at 10.
12 or 10.
Restricted discretionary.
We just agreed to separate, sorry to have.
Yeah, we have agreed that they're separate.
Yeah.
So we kind of need to have separate rules for them.
Okay.
General, I think that the general being where it is in my, I'm sorry, I haven't passed it on to the next councillor yet, it always is adjusted depending on, we had this conversation, not all of us, it's adjusted depending on this, it can be challenged depending on the other common use of that area around them. If you're surrounded by lifestyle blockers, then it should be easier to achieve that as opposed to if you stick yourself in the middle of a farm and try and cut a house site off. And that's something that has to be subjective. You can't put that in. So
is that not what discretionary does?
It would allow you to take those factors into consideration.
Yeah, so discretionary does that.
So, I mean, I can use an example is that one of the staff members went out on a job that I was involved with. They drove down the road, they had a look at what the neighbours were doing, and they come in and said, well, it actually fits in with the neighbourhood. It doesn't necessarily meet the criteria, but it fits in. And then it was allowed. So I'm just got to keep it. So that's what I'm trying to achieve here. Sorry?
Okay.
So council will decide based on its merits, whether it's meets the objectives and policies. If there's a genuine reason and it fits in with the landscape values and maybe there's already existing development there, like you say, then it could be okay.
Because we also are using the overlay of the spatial plan as a way of justifying future, even though it's 30 years, a developer can use that to say, well, look, it does fit in with what we're trying to achieve in this community.
Yeah, so we went for a discretionary pathway for 10 hectares in the general rule. We would need to tweak the objectives and policies to provide more guidance on what is an acceptable 10 hectare subdivision.
I'm sorry, I'm really struck.
Sorry, we provide the 10 hectare discretionary pathway in the general rule zone. We would require some changes to the objectives and policies to provide more guidance around what is an appropriate 10 hectare subdivision in the general rural zone.
We could use a phrase, for example, it fits in with the existing landscape of the neighbouring properties, for example. That could be something that would allow it.
Yes, I was just flagging that there will be some potential changes to the objectives and policies needed for that.
Yes, what do you think, Peter?
Well, I was kind of thinking, I'd like to see 10 on that.
Okay, so that would allow for 10 to possibly be there, subject to sort of meeting various.
If it fits in with the existing landscape.
Yeah.
For example.
Settlement patterns, perhaps.
Settlement patterns.
Referring to, sorry?
Settlement patterns.
Yeah, or, yeah.
Okay.
And, so you're not removing it or prohibiting it, you're allowing it to take place so that it can be justified.
Yes.
Which is kind of, I think, what could have happened anyway, but you're asking for that to be a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Councillor Delabarus Woodcock.
The 20 hectares for general rural.
Yep.
And I'm
coming to the
okay.
Rural production. Okay, so rural production. We'll start.
Yeah, sorry, can I just clarify? So the direction for the general rural?
Is on balance 20, but there with some additional flexibility around the discretion with regards to settlement patterns and that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And if we put it in as a discretionary activity, it won't have matters of discretion. We'd have to, like Jerome said, we'd have to tweak the policy to be directive in terms of what outcomes you want in that discretionary pathway. So
for example, I'll say, for example, I want to see it where you don't just plonk a 10 hectare blocks down in the middle of farmland, but where there's existing lifestyle blocks of a similar nature and it's obvious from physical or on, what do you call it on site? What do you call it when you're doing this? As opposed to aerial, there's another use of words they have in Canada. Sorry, when I may ask.
So I have a process question. Is direction set by majority or by the loudest person in the room?
It's actually being set by majority at the moment.
Because the majority was to stick with from what I understand, to stick with the exposure.
But if we can get the majority response with a little bit of the flexibility that might, because we have two people who are wanting the option to do the 10. So, and Councillor Larson?
I just some questions, that process in that, if we are direction by majority, I've seen the emails that have come in, and two of them were, well, certainly one of the two emails said that they were going to watch the videos and, would respond after that. So I don't think you can set direction by majority when two of your five claiming majority haven't actually even heard what's been discussed.
They've actually been informed by both of them that they
both watched it?
Yeah.
No, that their preference is for the existing.
Yes, prior to this briefing.
Prior to this briefing,
yeah.
And that's what they've asked me to bring into the table. This is a briefing. We're not voting. We're giving direction based on the feedback from the people who are involved.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make that point that they haven't actually seen it yet, and their position may change. Otherwise, just today would have been.
Yeah, and if their position changes, they're very.
That's fine.
Liberty to.
So
Our positions can all change right until the content of the meeting and a vote. So I think.
Sorry, Chair, can I?
So I can give my point if you want me to. I prefer people to be able to do some smaller lots, partly because there doesn't appear to be much market demand for large lots, and therefore I'd like.
So your preference in the general rural is, I mean, you're not in favour of the 20, but you would be happy to see a bit more flexibility around being able to go lower, subject to it being suitable to the environment in which it sits.
Chair, can I please, I'd like to respond to the comment made by Councillor Wilson Collins. I didn't mean to be the loudest, but I'm looking as a councillor, majority rules, that's the way it works, but I'm looking as a councillor that we don't go out with a divided council when we present this to the district, that we do it to the best of our ability, whether that involves compromise or a way of not having a 5-4 split, for example, because it makes us look undecided and not leading. So that's what I'm trying to achieve here. I acknowledge, and we had that, it was a 5-4, it's to the 20 hectares. I'm just trying to find a way that we can go out united as best we can to a solution. So when we go to the community, we're taking this vision of what we're trying to achieve out there. That's what all I'm trying to.
And that's what this session is about, is trying to get to a point where we can all feel reasonably comfortable, even if we haven't got everything that we want. That what's going out is something you could stand beside and go, okay, yeah, I can live with most of that. Given that this is not the final version, there's a lot more to go in this process. We still have to get tweaked and be brought back to council for a decision. Then it's an exposure draft that goes out for lots of discussion. Then it comes back and there's more discussion amongst us. There's a long way to go, but this is something that we can put out. Some of it might be a bit provocative and it might get people talking, and that's good, because that gets us the feedback that we're looking for. Because if you go out with something that's totally vanilla, people aren't even going to look at it. But yeah, some of it, it's not a bad thing to have some things that are a bit different where people are going to go, oh, wow, and actually start talking about it. So, Councillor Olivares would call.
It's a process question through the chair, thank you. So the section 32 reports to support the exposure and the following the notified, are they already being written or will they be iterative depending on public opinion and submissions?
Yes, completely iterative. So we have started with our community reports and obviously the basis of what you've seen, they form part of that. So once we get the feedback from the public, we will summarise that and we will present that to elected members, share with you what the community, the key themes are effectively, and that will feed into this community report. As per your direction at that point, make some key decisions as to what goes in the notified version, and then we'll, make sure that section 32 is reflective of that's option effectively. And then those will sit with our notified version decisions.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to jump back in. So the lot sizes for rural production zone, which we currently have at, on day 20 hectares is controlled and 10 hectares is discretionary. I'm going to go around the table again. Councillor Larson, are you in favour of those 10 and 20?
No.
No? Okay. Councillor Collins?
Happy with the exposure draft.
Councillor Vincent?
I've less of a concern for this zone than the other in terms of the threshold. Can I just take the opportunity to, one thing we've slid completely past in the general rural zone is the restriction on the number of lots that can be created in any subdivision. It's only one and is a restricted discretionary per application. Is
that right?
That is correct, yeah. But based on your feedback, we might look at going from restricted discretionary to controlled.
Right. So there may be an
opportunity. That would be one concession, but then it's a question about the restriction on the number of lots per application as well. I mean, that could be the poking of the bear example, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I think that's something that hasn't really come up in the discussion before now, and I think I have made a reference to it somewhere in, sorry, I just contradicted myself. I think it has been mentioned in discussion in passing, but we haven't really addressed that head on.
And what is it currently?
It's not.
It's one lot at the moment.
Okay, so we're staying with the status quo in terms of the number of lots.
You mean one lot in the draft, not in the operative plan?
In the operative plan for the general subdivision rule, it's for one lot.
Okay.
I'm correct on that, Wendy? If you're in the overlay area, it's 20 hectares, and if you're outside, it's 12 when you're qualifying. It gives you one additional lot. Loading in speed. Look at the room yesterday, but could be wrong.
Okay, while we're waiting for that to come up, I'll keep going around the table. I'll take the feedback from the Mayor and Councillor Doris Parkey and myself, who are in favour of the current suggestions. Councillor Withy?
Just clarify one thing for me, Catherine. With the discretionary 10 hectares, if I'm wanting to split off 10 hectares because I'm going to plant kiwi fruit and I've done my number and viability assessment and says I can make this work for 10 hectares and I present that as part of my application, will I get consent?
So will I get consent?
Will I get the consent for 10 hectares?
I would prefer it as a discretionary activity. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't if you've got that.
As long as that pathway is there, I'm happy with where it is, because I think unless we have that pathway quite clearly defined, then what we're trying to do with Kaikakai and all these other initiatives is a waste of time.
Councillor Wills?
I'm in the minority. I actually would like to see more restrictive subdivision rules put on our productive land compared to our general.
Okay.
That's speaking in the minority.
I am of the same opinion, a restricted discretionary, I would think. But I also think I really look forward to the growing community that produces food to give good feedback on this. I would err on the side of being less permissive.
Or less permissive, so you're more with Councillor Wills in terms. All right, cool. I think the overall direction is status quo, but I really look forward to the feedback. By status quo, I mean what's proposed. But I think the feedback from the community will be interesting in this space. Yeah.
Wendy's about to say the same thing as me. I'll let you go, Wendy.
Just so through the chair, just looked at the operative district plan, the general rural subdivision. And while it has a minimum net site area, it doesn't have a restriction on something of what's created.
Okay.
No, so it's 12 hectares in the rural zone, not under an overlay.
Yeah.
There's an unlimited number of lots you can create so long as each lot is a minimum net site area of 12 hectares. And if it's under an overlay, it's 20 hectare minimum size and unlimited number of lots so long as they're.
So if you had 120 hectares, you could create 10 lots.
So long as it complied with the performance standards, etc. in the plan.
So?
Okay.
Yeah, so do we want to stick with that? Because that's obviously not come up so far. Are there problems with that?
Yes.
I'm just asking officers for their thoughts on that, because they.
I have views on that, but I think, from a policy perspective, if what we're trying to achieve is protection in rural land, to just have a free-for-all, in my view, would be a dangerous position. But as we know, there's not a huge uptake with those provisions generally, so maybe it's not a big risk at the end of the day.
Actually, no one will be interested in a 20 hectare lot.
Well, that's not true, because you cannot say that. That's an assumption.
That's an observation.
I think the Economist report suggested that was the case.
Started that there are 20 hectare lots being subdivided, but it's not many, I think, it's the position.
My choice was for a 24 hectare lot, so that's what I have. There are very few of them such a size.
Wendy, did you get many applications for multiple lots?
They just don't come up very often, so that's why my brain can tell you immediately.
Okay.
I think it would probably be a mix, to be honest, so I didn't think that it immediately was a restriction to number of lots, because I feel like I have seen multiple, but again, the numbers show we don't get many people apply.
Okay.
And even if they did apply, it would probably just default to that's discretionary, but it could be assessed as a different activity status if you did want to cascade that ruled more than one lot. For example, it might become restricted discretionary instead of controlled.
Okay.
Or just not have a limitation on it, as councils have suggested, and test the water and see what happens.
Yeah, I guess philosophically, it would be whether someone wants to do that option or not, it's demonstrating enabling. Because they'd probably be nuts to do it because they wouldn't have a buyer, but you know, at least they would be, we're giving them that choice.
I think if it's, my feeling is that it's in the existing plan. We've got this far without even talking about it. So I'd be a little wary to take it out now because we haven't really had a chance to think that one through, and it doesn't seem to have a huge effect.
It's because we haven't actually done a district plan review and gone through the plan and reviewed it. We've come up with a new regime, and that's why no one even understands what is in the operative district plan, which is.
I think that's probably a little harsh, Councillor Larson. I think this.
Oh, maybe, I take that back. Well, people do understand it, but still, you know, what's the controlled activity rule in our rural zone? Well, no one knew.
Yeah, but now we do, and we have, and I think my feeling is we just go with kind of how that is, because yeah. And if it becomes a problem, or if we get feedback on it, then we can deal with that. So.
Are you suggesting go with what then?
Multiple.
You can have multiple rather than be restricted to only one lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well,
because
wait a minute, that's, you know, we've just been given advice that is an inherent risk in that.
But we've also been given advice that it's never really generated any activity.
That's right.
Through chair, I said that it isn't commonly used.
Yeah.
Not so about risk.
Yeah.
The thing is that just because it's not being used at the moment, it doesn't, we need to follow our direction of what we're trying to achieve here.
Which is a simple and enabling plan, and we've just discussed that it is.
To have the amenity and the purpose and everything of a general rural zone remain that way, and to support productive rural production. There you go. And so now, even though at the moment that isn't, that permissiveness isn't being used, we have just heard from an officer that's pointed to our operative district plan being so permissive that all these rules are suddenly being used and precedents and everything. We just don't know what the next decade is going to bring us. So that's why I think that we need to follow our direction, or that, you know, the objective.
I'd like to make a suggestion that because we haven't really got the background here to consider this, and it's like a new thing that's just arrived on the table, that officers do some work, and in the exposure draft that you bring back to us, you either put it in or out, depending on your recommendations, your staff recommendations, but that you write in the report what you've done and why you've done it, so that we can actually have a proper sort of informed discussion about multiple lot subdivisions. Because I'm just feeling like we're getting into that place of sort of gut reaction stuff where we don't actually have the background, and everything else we've talked about is that we've had a lot of background, but this we don't. And I think, yeah, it's something that's in the existing plan, so I'd be sort of unwilling to change it unless we know that there's a good reason to change it, but I just don't have that information.
I'll put it more bluntly, is that the risk is that a productive, viable, going concern farm suddenly is not, because there is a new trend that those who can afford want actually not just 2 hectares. They want not 1 horse, but 4, and a plot for vegetables and a run for the rabbits and lots of things. I mean, we need to protect what we are in Kaipara.
I think that what I'm saying is that we can have that discussion at the council meeting. If we ask officers to investigate that, come to us with their recommendation as to whether it's in or out, and we can have that debate at the council meeting when we're better informed about it. Because I'm just wary of us getting into gut feeling like we're giving our indications now on things, but they're things that we've had effectively months of discussion about, and we've, bringing the time in together now, but this is one that's sort of out of the blue. Is that all right?
Yes.
Just for Madam Chair, are you wanting us to look at both zones, because they both at the moment have the one lot restriction on each of the subdivision rules. So if we look at both, we can, because it could be that they have different effects, is what I'm saying. If you a larger landholding, for instance, being subdivided to 20 hectares or 10 hectares, we just need to look at that. So I just want to be really clear that you're wanting us to look at both.
I think for fullness, probably, yes. Yeah, because it's, like I say, it's new. Councillor Delbars,
since we're taking this valuable time to really nut this out, and it's a learning process for our whole community, I'm thinking about the objectives of the remediation program and Councillor Vincent's point about Kaipara's sedimentation and how I know that this could be too hard for the staff, but to consider that as well somehow, because, whether or not, we've been tasked as a district, as a community, as a country to secure our strategic food resource that the Kaipara Harbour represents. And if we do progress down a multiple lot general rural zone and horticultural high productive zone ability or permission, then how is that going to give effect to the objectives of Kaipara Hill Country land use change or sedimentation management? So there's that active program going now trying to secure land use change and management that plants the erosion prone hill country with trees, and then if you're going to go and cut what was a 200 hectare farm, because the average Kaipara farm is between 100 to 200 hectares, into 10 lots, then that's, to me, going to be counterproductive in terms of reaching the objective because they're getting more multiple landowners to negotiate with, to develop farm environment plans with, all of these things.
I wonder, is that a matter more for the regional council? Yeah, I just don't know that.
Land use thing. It's a land use thing, which is, we've had economists, we've got experts from around the country, and experts that have lived and seen the mistakes of other productive areas of New Zealand be lost forever. So we kind of need to really
so are there any
be mindful
that we need to think about for the Kaipara Moana Marie?
I would just thought that it probably cumulative effects of subdivision is what sprung to my mind. That if you are thinking along the lines of big plots of land that are being carved up in one application or multiple, I mean, that's something that we generally put in as a matter of criteria for assessment anyway. And I guess over the 10-year period, we could see some quite interesting changes as a consequence of those provisions. And that would be something that you'd probably want to think about as part of multiple applications. And that's where if you've got it as a controlled activity and they can come in, we have to grant consent So there's no way that we can stop that. And so I guess that would be the thing that we would think about when we come back to you on this question of, is one lot appropriate or can we enable multiple? Because the other option is they come in as a controlled activity and lodge subsequent applications over a 10-year period and you get the same result.
Yeah, just takes.
We have to grant it. So there's pros and cons, no matter which way you look at it, but cumulative effects of subdivision is really something quite difficult to control if your framework's not directive and tight enough to begin with. So those are the consequences. So that's why I recommended a restricted discretionary activity status for general rural zone as opposed to control. So you've got a little bit of measure, you're still going to grant it, but you can look at what the adverse effects of those things.
Okay, so balance for those in favour of the controlled on the general rural is that if we're going to make multiple lots an option, then we go back to being discretionary or restricted.
Restricted.
Yeah, in order to be able to manage those effects. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what we've recommended. So
okay. Yeah.
in your hands, and we will take direction from today. So,
but it becomes more important if we're looking at doing those kind of multiple.
Just remember
subdivision.
But with the activity statuses, so control is it might as well be permitted just about, but subdivision can't be permitted because it needs to go through a council process. So control is the most permissive status we can have to subdivision.
Okay. All right, well, that brings us to the next question, which I think we're just about there, which is the question about activity status for general rural and rural production. And so general rural is currently, sorry, relying on my second computer over here because I can't see as far as the screen. Is currently restricted discretionary. We talked about going to controlled on it, but we've now talked about doing multiple lots. So my sense is, are we wanting to go back to the restricted discretionary because we're creating this additional flexibility in there possibly?
I guess an option is to have a controlled activity pathway for just one new lot created.
There you go. Answer.
Restricted discretionary for more than one.
That's right, that's what I've got.
Can everyone live with that?
Yeah.
And which zone?
Sorry?
Which zone?
This is general rural.
General rural.
So if you're going 20 with one subdivision, it's restricted, it's controlled. If you're going multiple subdivision lots, then it's restricted discretionary. Yeah?
I would have applied that within 10 hectares, but you know, we're past that.
Yeah. Okay, we're not going back with them, keeping moving forward.
No, I'm happy to just keep going.
Okay, and so on the rural production, we've got 20 hectares is controlled, 10 hectares is discretionary. Any urge to change any of that? Okay, I'm thinking we've got a forward movement on that. Should the minimum thresholds for significant Indigenous vegetation or sorry?
I think we've done that one, eh?
Are the Indigenous vegetation have to be protected in order to qualify for subdivision changed? We done that?
What we had?
We had
Yeah, we had that
okay.
discussion. And that was 2 hectares.
2 hectares.
Oh, that's right, we did.
Because we covered it earlier, you mean?
Environmental benefits, yes, there we go. Should an ecological report, we've done that.
That was a yes, I hope.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was a yes. Should environmental benefits subdivision require a balance greater than 20 hectares? Okay, so did we haven't quite touched into that one, have we?
Just before we go past 6, and Wendy will be able to. When you talk about an ecological report, for example, we've heard anecdotal evidence to say that in the past, a lot of the plantings, et cetera, haven't really amounted to much and have not been worthwhile. Would that ecological report include a comprehensive landscape plan?
So my example of saying that in the past it hasn't worked is not being because of the planting that's put in. That was my concern that if we took out the ecological report, that would be lost. The planting that's gone in has been assessed by two ecologists, and then the actual planting plan comes in the third time when we check it off again. It was whether or not they actually survived after more than 5 years. So to answer your question about whether the landscape plan ecology report normally talks about what is happening on site, but also in a wider perspective of what it's connected to and what's the wider area would benefit from. So it's not a landscape assessment, but it is all about what trees are going to be planted and what unfolding will be done.
Okay, so it does actually include the species that are recommended to be planted, because I think that's important, that they're not divorced, those two things.
Yeah, at the initial stage, the application stage of the planting element to be in draft form, and we condition that to be specific so they can go out and actually make sure they can get all of those plants.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, yeah.
So coming back to question 7, should environmental benefit subdivision require a balance greater than 20 hectares? Are there any feelings that it should do? Happy to sit on 20? Okay, I think that's a direction from there. Right. Now, is that all the questions, or are there other questions you wanted us asking? Okay, so the next steps. Thank you very much to officers and consultants who've been part of this so far. Really, really do appreciate your input. It's been very valuable.
Could I just comment on that, Madam Chair? I thought that the economic response was really excellent and very, very thorough, and that was much more comprehensive than I had anticipated. So I really appreciate the work that you did on that. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that.
Likewise, thank you very much.
It has been very helpful today. Thank you. Right, next steps.
Thank you. And last slide, team, and thank you for taking us through this data. So we've heard there is a little bit of work for the team to do here. Not much, thankfully, but a little bit. What we'd like to do is bring the exposure draft back to the July council meeting to seek approval to engage the public. So I'd like to do that. I'd like to try and lock that in. If we do that would be awesome. And then it will things through from that.
Right. Well, that sounds really good. Are there any sort of an opportunity for once around the table for a last comment? Councillor Larson, have you?
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
I just had a question about the end, like does the coming back to the July meeting, does that have any effect on the rest of our program at this stage?
For the chair, it may well mean potentially a month or two overall project slippage, as we had intended to engage with the community during June and July, so in effect we will slip 2 months. Now, arguably, we could look to claw some time back by engaging for 6 weeks, for example, or 4 weeks, but that's up to council there. So potentially yes, potentially no.
Yeah, okay. So it's not the worst.
Absolutely not. No, look, it's not fatal. And I'm a scheme of developing new district plans. 1 or 2 months is really not.
Yeah. That we've been on so far, it's nothing at all.
Okay.
So, and can I just also, offer my thanks to the staff and everyone sitting patiently in the wings that have contributed today. It has been a really amazing and interesting process, and it's been really great to see all those faces. I mean, I know there'll be many more, but to actually see and hear from people who are working behind the both of you as well, and how in depth this all actually goes. It's been very, very fortuitous to have you all here today, and I'm very grateful that we've been able to have this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My reflection is that I think it was worthwhile calling for this meeting so that we could hear this extra information, and I think it has, even if in a small way, difference to what we send out to the public.
Councillor Whitby?
Yeah, well, I think it certainly has been, and I know Michael has heard seen my emails repeatedly over the last 2 months about getting economic analysis, and I have to put the papers that we got gave a lot more information than we've had before, and certainly I think was reflected in the discussion we had, so it certainly has been worthwhile. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd just like to thank those of the majority that could have put this through at our last meeting for actually allowing this discussion to take place when it wasn't necessary, that under the council rules, it could have been voted through last time. But the fact that it was allowed to come back to this briefing so we can have a more in-depth discussion, come to some conclusion, hopefully can go out to the community, even if we don't individually agree on everything, we can at least go out with a positive attitude and encourage the public to participate.
Councillor Delavasse Woodcock.
Yes, I would thank Lindy, Rome and Rodney, and all the staff for your perseverance, and I would like to acknowledge that you may have experienced some of the fulsome discussion that this council has the potential to generate, and that is our role, is to have arguments and debates, and I am overwhelmed by such a thing called a district plan. I freely admit it. And I welcome the conveyance of this towards the public, for it is and will be their document. And I look forward to learning and more each time. And I would like to ask one question, and that is, when does the exposure draft now get put back out? It was online, and then I understood it was taken down, and now I'd like to know, so I can tell my constituents when they may have another look at it.
So through you, Madam Chair, so we just agreed that we come to the July council meeting?
The July, I missed that.
Yeah, so we come to the July council meeting and it'll be part of the agenda like it was last time, and it'll be available at that point for the public.
Okay, so at the end of July, back up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just one quick question of Michael, if I could. Michael, I think if I recall, you mentioned at the last council meeting that things like the SNAs and things that we've not got all the information from central government on, when that goes out, there'll be a clear statement in the district plan saying that this is not yet included, is that right? And similarly, what about the Chapter 16 Plan Change 78? Is there going to be a similar statement to let people know that when it comes to notification next year, there will be some extra things that were not included in the original draft consultation?
Yes, we have a holding page in the same.
As long as we do that, because otherwise I'd hate next year, when we do have those inclusions, that some of the people around this neck of the woods suddenly said, council was not being transparent. They didn't tell us of the things that have been not included in the original draft.
What do you mean we? Face?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank the officers who've been present and who've also been patient with our need to go into this in a bit more detail and not sort of jump into it in June. I know that would have been frustrating, and I do appreciate the effort that you've all put in to bring this back to us, to give us this chance to have this discussion. And I also want to thank my fellow elected members for their patience today and their willingness to really engage at some depth in these issues so that we can get to a place where, like I say, we may not get everything we want, but at least we feel we've had a chance to have a say and we understand what's going on. So with that, I will do the closing karakia. Kia tāna mana ki tainga a te mea naro, ki runga ki tēnā o tātou, kia mahia te hua mā kihi, kia toi te kupu, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori, ti hei Māori ora.
Ora.